My name is Marcus Veldon. I'm 73 years old, and in approximately 8 months, give or take, I'll be dead. Pancreatic cancer, stage 4. But that's not why I'm recording this. I'm not looking for sympathy. I've had a long life, longer and stranger than most people could imagine. No, I'm recording this because I've seen your future, not predictions, not guesses. I've walked in it. I've breathed the air of cities that haven't been built yet. I've had conversations with people who won't be born for another 20 years. I've shaken hands with beings that don't exist yet in any form you'd recognize. And you deserve to know what's coming. I know how this sounds. Believe me, I know. If someone came to me 40 years ago and told me what I'm about to tell you, I'd have thought they needed help. But I'm going to tell you anyway, because I'm dying. And because the secret was never mine to keep. And because when certain things start happening in the next couple of years, I want you to remember this conversation. I want you to remember that an old man tried to warn you, or prepare you. I'm not sure which. Let me give you something concrete, something you can verify. In 2026, so we're talking about a year, maybe a year and a few months from now, there's going to be a major breakthrough announced in AI-assisted drug development. It'll involve protein structure prediction, and it's going to make headlines, big ones. The pharmaceutical industry will call it revolutionary, and they won't be exaggerating. It'll be announced by a collaboration that surprises people, not the companies you'd expect. And within weeks of that announcement, you're going to hear serious discussions in the medical community about how this changes the timeline for curing diseases we thought were decades away. Cancer, Alzheimer's, things we've been throwing billions of dollars at with modest results. Suddenly, the timeline shrinks, not to next year, but to maybe 5, 10 years instead of 50. Bit late for me, as it turns out, but not for most of you watching this. Also in 2026, you're going to see the first real commercial application of brain-computer interfaces get regulatory approval. Not experimental, not research trials, actual medical devices that people can get. The company won't be the one you're expecting, not the loudest voice in the room right now, but it's coming. And when it happens, the conversation shifts. It stops being if we should merge with machines and becomes how fast and how safely. When you see those headlines, and you will, I want you to come back to this video. I want you to ask yourself, how did a dying old man know that? Lucky guess? Maybe. Keep watching. I've got a lot more than that. By mid to late 2027, there will be at least one country that legalizes germline editing. That means editing human embryos, babies before they're born, to prevent genetic diseases. It'll probably happen in Asia, Singapore maybe, could be China, and it's going to cause an uproar in the West. The ethics committees will be in an uproar. The religious organizations will be up in arms. But here's the thing. The technology will be proven safe enough by that point that the ethical arguments won't be able to hold it back anymore. The genie doesn't go back in the bottle. Now I need to tell you who I am, or who I was. It matters for context, and it matters for you to understand why I had access to what I had access to. I wasn't anyone special. That's important to understand. I wasn't some genius working at the highest levels of government. I was just a physicist who happened to be in the right place at the right time, with the right skills, and maybe the right psychological profile for what they needed. I was born in 1952, grew up in the Midwest, Illinois specifically. My father worked in a factory, General Electric plant, outside of Chicago. My mother was a school teacher, elementary school, 3rd grade. Normal childhood for the most part. Lower middle class, nothing fancy. We had enough, but not much extra. But I was always curious about how things worked. The physical world fascinated me. I used to take apart radios, clocks, anything I could get my hands on. Drove my parents crazy because I couldn't always put them back together. My father would come home and find the toaster in pieces on the kitchen table and just shake his head. I was good at math, really good. By the time I was in high school, I was taking calculus, and it just made sense to me in a way it didn't seem to for other people. I could see the patterns, see how the equations described real physical phenomena. My physics teacher, Mr. Harrigan, he's the one who told me I should apply to MIT. I didn't even know what MIT was. We didn't have anyone in my family who'd gone to college, let alone somewhere like that. But Mr. Harrigan helped me with the application, and somehow I got in on a full scholarship. So in 1970, I went to MIT, 18 years old, first time leaving Illinois, first time on an airplane. I studied engineering, but I was really more interested in the theoretical side, the fundamental questions. How does the universe actually work at the smallest scales? What is reality made of? I took every physics course they offered, and the more I learned, the weirder it got. Particles that could be in two places at once, information that seemed to travel faster than light, things that shouldn't be possible according to common sense, but were absolutely proven by experiments. After I finished at MIT in 1974, I went to University of Chicago for graduate work. This was during the height of quantum mechanics research, and we were just beginning to understand some really strange implications of the theory. I wrote my dissertation on quantum coherence in macroscopic systems. Basically, could quantum effects, the weird stuff that happens at the atomic scale, Could that influence things at the scale we can see and touch? Most people thought no. I wasn't so sure. I finished my PhD in 1979. I was 27 years old. I thought I'd end up teaching somewhere, maybe doing research at a university, quiet life, publish papers that 5 people would read. That's what I expected. That's what I wanted, actually. I'd met a woman named Jennifer in my last year of grad school. She was getting her master's in education. We got married in 1977, right before I defended my dissertation. We talked about having kids, buying a house somewhere, living a normal life. And for a few years, that's what we had. I got a position at a small college in Indiana, teaching physics. We bought a little house. In 1980, Jennifer got pregnant. Our daughter Sarah was born in March of 1981. Blonde hair, her mother's eyes, just beautiful. Those first few years, they were good. I taught during the day, came home to my family at night. We were happy, or I thought we were, but I was restless. The teaching was fine, but the research I wanted to do, the questions I wanted to explore, I didn't have the resources. No funding, no equipment, no graduate students to help. I was stuck teaching introductory mechanics to freshmen who didn't want to be there, and I started to feel like I was wasting whatever potential I had. In 1984, I applied to several national laboratories. These are government-funded research facilities where they do cutting-edge work. I applied to Los Alamos, Oak Ridge, Brookhaven, and Lawrence Livermore. Livermore was the only one that got back to me. They offered me a position working on early quantum computing research. Very theoretical, very speculative. Most people didn't think quantum computers would ever be practical, but the pay was good, better than teaching, and it was the kind of work I'd wanted to do. So in early 1985, we moved to California. Jennifer wasn't happy about it. She had to leave her teaching job, leave her friends. Sarah was 4 years old, just starting to make friends at preschool. But I convinced Jennifer it was the right move. Better opportunities, better future for us. I believed that. I really did. I started at Livermore in March of 1985. The work was fascinating. We were exploring quantum entanglement, superposition, whether we could build computers that worked on completely different principles than regular computers. It was theoretical, sure, but it felt important, like we were at the edge of something big. And then, in October of 1985, everything changed. I was in my office, second floor of the physics building, going through some calculations. It was a Tuesday afternoon. I remember because I was supposed to pick Sarah up from kindergarten at 3, and I was watching the clock. And this woman just walked into my office, didn't knock, didn't ask if I had time, just walked in and closed the door behind her. She was maybe in her mid-50s, silver hair pulled back in a bun, wearing a gray suit that looked expensive. She had this presence about her, like she was used to being the smartest person in the room and didn't need to prove it. She sat down in the chair across from my desk without asking, and just looked at me for a moment. I asked her if I could help her. She said her name was Dr. Elizabeth Cordova, and that she was here to discuss an opportunity. I asked what kind of opportunity. She said she'd get to that, but first she needed to establish some things. Then she started listing facts about me, where I went to school, my dissertation topic, my security clearance level, which I'd gotten when I started at Livermore, my marriage, the fact that Jennifer and I had been fighting, that I'd been sleeping on the couch for 2 weeks because I'd forgotten our anniversary and made it worse by saying my work was important. I asked her how the hell she knew all that. The anniversary thing, I mean. That was private. That was between me and Jennifer. She said she knew because it was her job to know. She said she represented a program that needed someone with my specific skills and background. She said there were only a handful of people in the world who fit the profile, and I was one of them. I asked her what program. She said she couldn't tell me unless I agreed to hear more. I said that didn't make any sense. How could I agree to hear more if I didn't know what it was about? She said that was exactly the point. If I agreed to hear more, I'd be read into a classified program. And even if I ultimately declined to participate, I'd be bound by non-disclosure agreements that would follow me for the rest of my life. So I needed to decide right now whether I was curious enough to take that risk. I should have said no right then. I should have told her to leave my office, but I didn't. I was curious. I've always been curious, sometimes too curious for my own good. So I said yes. Tell me more. She reached into her briefcase and pulled out some papers, standard government forms, classification agreements, penalty clauses if I violated them. I skimmed through them. Basically, if I disclosed anything I was about to hear, I could be prosecuted under the Espionage Act. 20 years in federal prison. I signed them anyway. Then she asked me a question. She said, "Mr. Veldon, if you could know with absolute certainty that consciousness survives death, that who you are continues after your body stops, would that change how you lived your life?" I didn't know what to say. It seemed like a philosophy question, not something related to physics research. I told her I didn't know, that it was impossible to answer, because you can't know something like that with certainty. She smiled. First time I'd seen her smile. She said, "What if I told you that you can know? What if I told you we have proof?" I thought she was recruiting me for some kind of parapsychology program. The government was into all that in the 80s. Remote viewing, ESP, all kinds of fringe stuff. I told her I wasn't interested in pseudoscience. She said it wasn't pseudoscience. She said that in 1979, a research team working under DARPA, that's the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, they've been studying quantum coherence in biological systems. They were trying to understand if quantum effects played a role in consciousness, in how the brain actually works. And they stumbled onto something that shouldn't have been possible according to our understanding of physics, but was demonstrably real. They found that consciousness could be decoupled from its temporal anchor point. I asked her what that meant. She said it meant that consciousness isn't bound to the present moment the way we think it is. That past, present, and future all exist simultaneously, and our consciousness is just tuned to experience one moment at a time, like a radio locked on one station. But if you could retune it, if you could change the frequency, you could experience different points in time. I told her that was impossible. That violated causality, violated everything we understood about time. She said, does it? Or does it just violate what we assumed about time? She said that Einstein had proven time was relative, that it could be bent and stretched. She said quantum mechanics had proven that observation affects reality, that the future can influence the past at quantum scales. She said we just never put those pieces together correctly before. I was skeptical, more than skeptical, but I was also intrigued, because what she was describing, theoretically, if the math worked out, it wasn't completely crazy. It was just something we'd never seriously considered because it seemed too much like science fiction. She told me the program was called Project Kronos, named after the Greek god of time. She said they've been working on it for 6 years, since that initial discovery in 1979. And they'd done it. They built a working system for what she called consciousness projection across temporal gradients. Time travel, in other words. Not physical time travel, not building a machine and stepping into it and emerging in the past or future, but consciousness time travel, sending your awareness to a different point in time. I asked her if she was serious. She said, completely serious. I asked her for proof. She said that's why she was here, to show me proof. She pulled out a videotape from her briefcase, asked if I had a TV in my office. I didn't, but there was one in the conference room down the hall. We went there, she locked the door, and she put the tape in the VCR. The video showed a white room, looked like a medical examination room. There was a man sitting in a chair, maybe in his late 40s, early 50s. He looked tired, like he hadn't slept well in a while. There was a camera pointed at him, and you could hear someone off camera asking questions. The voice asked him to state his name and identification number. The man said, Marcus Veldon, civilian contractor, Project Kronos, identification number 77429. That's when I started paying closer attention. because that was my name. The voice asked him to describe where he'd been. The man said he'd just returned from a projection to July 2000. He described what he'd seen. He talked about something called the Millennium Bug, Y2K, and how it had turned out to be mostly a non-issue. He talked about the presidential election coming up that year, Bush versus Gore. He talked about the internet, how it was becoming mainstream, how everyone was starting to get email addresses. He mentioned something called Google that was going to change how people found information. This was 1985. None of those things existed yet. The internet was still mostly military and academic. Email was rare. And this man was casually describing them like they were common knowledge. Then the voice asked him about further projections. The man said he'd been to 2010 briefly. He described smartphones, these devices that combine phones and computers and cameras. He described social media, how people shared their lives online. He talked about a website called Facebook that everyone was using. Again, none of this existed in 1985. This was 14 years before Facebook would be founded. But then the video did something that made my blood run cold. The camera zoomed in on the man's face, and I could see him clearly. The shape of his nose, slightly crooked from when I broke it playing basketball in high school. The scar on his left eyebrow from falling off my bike when I was 7. The way his left eye squinted a bit more than his right when he was tired. It was me. Older, more tired looking, but undeniably me. And this older version of me looked directly into the camera and said, "Marcus, if you're watching this, it means Dr. Cordova is about to recruit you. You're going to want to say no. You're going to say no 3 times, actually. But you need to accept. This is bigger than you. This is bigger than any of us. And in the timeline where you say yes, where you do the work, that's the timeline where humanity makes it through. Don't ask me to explain that because I can't. But trust me. Trust yourself. Say yes." The video ended. Dr. Cordova ejected the tape and put it back in her briefcase. She looked at me and asked if I had any questions. I had about 1,000 questions, but only one came out. "When was that recorded?" She said, "Last week, Tuesday." But the version of you in that video has already lived through the next 15 years. He's a veteran of the program. He came back to help us recruit you. I told her that was impossible. She asked why. I said because you can't have 2 versions of the same person existing at the same time. That would create a paradox. She said, "Would it? You're sitting here in 1985. The version of you on that tape experienced 1985 30 years ago from his perspective. He's lived through it, moved past it. There's no paradox. You're both just experiencing different points on the same timeline." My head was spinning. I asked her if she had any other proof. She said the video was the proof. She said they could have created a fake, sure, but the level of detail would be impossible. She pointed out the scar on my eyebrow, which I'd gotten when I was 7. She pointed out my crooked nose. She said they could have researched those things, maybe. But then she asked me to think about whether I'd told anyone about my trick knee, the one that clicks when I stand up from sitting too long. I hadn't told anyone about that. It was such a minor thing, nothing worth mentioning, just something that happened after I twisted it, playing racquetball in grad school. She said, the version of you in that video mentioned it in his debrief. He said it started bothering him more in his 40s. He said he wished he'd gotten it looked at earlier. That's when I started to believe it might be real, because there was no way she could know about my knee. No medical records, nothing written down anywhere. It was just this small thing that only I would know. I asked her what would happen if I said yes. She said I'd be brought into the program for training. It would take approximately 2 years to prepare for the first projection. I'd have to maintain absolute secrecy, even from my family, especially from my family. I'd be signing my life over to this program in ways I couldn't fully understand yet. I asked what would happen if I said no. She said nothing. I'd go back to my normal work at Livermore. I'd never hear about Project Kronos again. The non-disclosure agreement would remain in effect, but as long as I never spoke about this conversation, my life would continue as normal. She gave me a phone number, told me to call within 24 hours if I decided to accept. Then she left. I sat in that conference room for probably another hour, just trying to process what I'd seen. I kept thinking about that video, about my older self telling me to say yes, about the way he looked, tired and worn down, but also somehow more certain than I'd ever felt about anything. I didn't sleep that night. I told Jennifer I had a deadline at work and stayed late at the office. But really, I just sat in my car in the parking lot until 3 in the morning, thinking, trying to convince myself it was a trick. Special effects, maybe. Or they'd found my twin brother I didn't know I had. Anything that made more sense than time travel. But I kept coming back to that scar, the one on my eyebrow. I got it when I was 7 years old, falling off my bike trying to jump a curb I had no business trying to jump. The scar is in exactly the right place, shaped exactly right, the way my older self squinted with his left eye. The knee that clicks. These were things only I would know. I went home around 4 in the morning. Jennifer was asleep. Sarah was asleep. I stood in Sarah's doorway and watched her breathing, clutching the stuffed triceratops she'd had since she was 2. She loved dinosaurs, had books about them, plastic figures, everything. And I thought, if I say yes to this, what happens to her? What kind of father am I going to be? But I also thought, if that video is real, if that's really me from the future, and I say no, what happens then? The other version of me, the one who says yes. He said that's the timeline where humanity makes it through. Makes it through what? What was he talking about? I couldn't stop thinking about it. All the next day at work I was useless, just going through the motions. Jennifer noticed something was wrong when I got home. She asked if everything was okay. I told her it was just work stress. She didn't believe me, but she didn't push it. That evening, after we put Sarah to bed, Jennifer and I had one of our fights. She said I'd been distant ever since we moved to California, that I was always thinking about work, never present with her or Sarah. She said she felt like she'd married a ghost. I got defensive, said my work was important. She said our family was supposed to be important too. She was right. She was absolutely right. But I didn't admit it then. I just went to sleep on the couch again, like I'd been doing for weeks. And lying there on the couch at 2 a.m, not able to sleep, I made my decision. I got up, went to my office, and called the number Dr. Cordova had given me. She answered on the first ring, like she'd been waiting. I said I needed to know one thing first. I said, that video, was that really me? She said, yes. I said, prove it. Tell me something only I would know. Something I haven't told anyone. There was a pause on the line. Then she said, when you were 12 years old, you stole a pack of cigarettes from your father's jacket pocket. You took them out behind your garage and tried to smoke one. You got sick immediately and threw up in your mother's tomato plants. You never told anyone. You've carried guilt about it for over 20 years because your mother thought there was something wrong with her soil and her tomatoes didn't grow right that summer. She blamed herself. You never corrected her. I'd never told anyone that story. Not Jennifer, not my college roommates, not my closest friends. It was just this stupid thing I did as a kid, something I was ashamed of, something I'd buried and tried to forget about. I asked her how she knew. She said, because you told us in your debrief after your third projection. You were listing childhood memories to verify cognitive continuity across the temporal displacement. That memory came up. You said it still bothered you. I closed my eyes. I asked her what I needed to do. She said to come to an address in Nevada the following Monday. She'd make arrangements with my supervisors at Livermore. I'd be told I was being transferred to a different project. Jennifer would be told the same thing. No one would know the truth except the people already in the program. I said, okay. I said I'd do it. And that was it. That was the moment everything changed. October 23rd, 1985, 2:30 in the morning, sitting in my home office, agreeing to join a program that would cost me my marriage, my relationship with my daughter, 40 years of normal human connection. But I also got to see things no one else has seen. I got to walk in a future that doesn't exist yet. I got to know with absolute certainty that consciousness continues beyond death, that time isn't what we think it is, that humanity has an extraordinary future ahead of it. And now, 39 years later, dying of cancer, I'm going to tell you everything I saw, everything they told me never to reveal, because the secret was never theirs to keep. It's yours. It's humanity's. And you deserve to know what's coming. I reported to the facility in Nevada on Monday, October 28th, 1985. It wasn't Area 51 before you ask. Everyone always assumes it was Area 51. No, this was a different facility, smaller, less well known. It was about 40 miles northwest of Tonopah, in the middle of nowhere. Desert in every direction. You had to drive on unmarked roads for the last 20 miles. If you didn't know exactly where you were going, you'd never find it. The facility itself was mostly underground. From the surface, it just looked like a few prefab buildings and some ventilation equipment. But below ground, there were 3 levels of laboratories, living quarters, the projection chamber, everything you'd need for a completely self-contained research operation. There were 12 of us in total when I arrived. 12 scientists and engineers who'd been recruited the same way I had. We were the test subjects, though they didn't call us that. They called us projection candidates. Made it sound more dignified, I suppose. I met the others that first week. There was Rebecca Torres, a neuroscientist from Stanford, Martin Chen, a quantum physicist from Berkeley, David Okonkwo, who'd been doing theoretical work on consciousness at Princeton, others whose names I'm forgetting now, though I remember their faces. We were all around the same age, 30s to early 40s. All of us had backgrounds in either physics or neuroscience or both, and all of us had been shown some kind of proof that convinced us this was real. Dr. Cordova was the program director. There were maybe 20 other staff members, technicians mostly, people who maintained the equipment and ran the medical monitoring. And there were military personnel, security, people who made sure no one talked about what we were doing. Everyone had top secret clearances. Everyone had signed their life away to non-disclosure agreements that would follow them to their graves. The training started immediately. They needed us to understand the theoretical basis for what we were about to do. Not because we needed to operate the equipment ourselves, but because consciousness projection, it turned out, required active participation from the subject. You couldn't just be unconscious and have it done to you. You had to understand what was happening and cooperate with the process. Dr. Cordova led most of the briefings herself. She explained that everything we thought we knew about time was based on a fundamental misunderstanding. We think of time as a river flowing in one direction, carrying us from past to future. But that's not what time is. Time is more like a landscape. All moments exist simultaneously. Past, present, future. They're all equally real, all equally present. We just can't perceive them that way because our consciousness is locked into experiencing one moment at a time. She used an analogy that helped me understand it. She said, imagine you're in a car driving down a road. From your perspective, you're moving through space. You pass one location, then another, then another. But those locations don't cease to exist after you pass them. They're still there. You've just moved past them. Time works the same way. Your consciousness moves through time, experiencing one moment, then another. But those moments don't disappear. They're still there, still happening. You've just moved past them. So what Project Chronos had figured out was how to decouple consciousness from its normal linear progression through time. How to essentially lift your consciousness out of the car and place it somewhere else on the road. You could go backward to a moment you'd already experienced, or forward to a moment you hadn't experienced yet. The moments themselves didn't change. They were fixed, already determined. But you could observe them from different vantage points. I asked her about paradoxes. What happens if you go back and change something? She said you can't. That's not how it works. When you project to a different time, you're not physically there. You're observing through the consciousness of someone who exists at that time. Your younger self, if you're going backward. Or a version of yourself that exists in the future, if you're going forward. You can't change anything because you're not actually there to change it. You're just experiencing what that version of yourself is experiencing. That raised another question. If we were going to project to the future, whose consciousness were we connecting to? Our future selves? Dr. Cordova said that was the tricky part. She said that when we projected forward, we were essentially creating a quantum entanglement with a probable future version of ourselves. Not guaranteed, but probable based on current trajectories. The further forward you went, the more uncertainty there was. Going to 2026 from 1985, that was relatively stable. Going to 2010, there was much more variability, different timelines, different probable futures. You might connect to a version of yourself that lives in one future, or a different version in another future. They were still working out the physics of it. This is where I need to be honest with you. I never fully understood how it worked. I was a physicist. I understood quantum mechanics, but this was beyond anything in the textbooks. The mathematics they showed us, the equations describing consciousness as a quantum field that could be manipulated, it was beautiful but also incomprehensible in places. I trusted that they knew what they were doing. Maybe that was naive. The device itself, they called it the resonance chamber. It was built on the lowest level of the facility, in a room that was shielded from all electromagnetic interference. The room was lined with some kind of exotic material that I later learned was a quantum metamaterial, something that could manipulate quantum states in ways normal matter couldn't. The chamber itself was spherical, about 8 feet in diameter. The outside was covered in what looked like circuitry, but organic somehow, like it had been grown rather than built. They told us later it was a hybrid system, partially biological. They'd incorporated neural tissue into the structure because biological systems are better at maintaining quantum coherence than purely mechanical systems. Inside the chamber, there was a platform where you'd lie down. It looked like a cross between an MRI machine and a sensory deprivation tank. Once you were inside, the chamber would seal, and you'd be in complete darkness and silence. Then the process would begin. But before any of us could attempt a projection, we had to go through months of preparation. Physical conditioning, mental conditioning, learning meditation techniques that would help us maintain focus during the process. They said if your mind wandered at the wrong moment, if you lost concentration during the transition, you could fragment. Your consciousness could split across multiple time frames, and they'd lose you. It had happened in the early trials. People who just vanished or came back wrong, their minds shattered. We also had to undergo medical procedures. They needed to map our neural patterns, create a baseline of our consciousness that the equipment could lock onto. We spent hours in brain scanners. They injected us with various compounds, nanoparticles that would cross the blood-brain barrier and establish quantum entanglement with the chamber's systems. I didn't like that part. The idea of having millions of tiny machines floating around in my brain, it felt invasive. But they assured us the particles were inert until activated, and they'd flush out of our systems naturally within a few months. The psychological preparation was maybe the hardest part. They needed to know we could handle what we'd see. They put us through scenario training, showed us simulations of possible futures, some beautiful, some disturbing. They wanted to see how we'd react. If someone broke down during a simulation, they were cut from the program. We started with 12 candidates. By the time we were ready for actual projections, we were down to 8. Rebecca Torres was one of the ones who didn't make it through training. She had a complete breakdown during one of the simulations. She saw something, I don't know what, something about the future that terrified her. She started screaming, had to be sedated. They removed her from the program the next day. I saw her a few weeks later in the cafeteria. She looked haunted. She wouldn't talk about what she'd seen. 3 months after that, I heard she'd requested a transfer out of the facility. I never saw her again. The whole time I was training, I was lying to Jennifer. I'd call home once a week, tell her the work was going well, that I couldn't talk about the details because it was classified, which was true, technically, but I hated lying to her, and I could hear it in her voice. She knew something was wrong. She'd ask when I was coming home. I'd say I wasn't sure, maybe a few more months. Sarah would get on the phone sometimes. She was 5 years old, asking when Daddy was coming home. asking if I'd bring her back a present. I'd promise her I would. Then I'd hang up and sit in my quarters feeling like the worst father in the world. But I couldn't stop. I'd committed. And honestly, part of me didn't want to stop. What we were doing, it was the most important work I could imagine. We were unlocking the secrets of time itself, of consciousness, of reality. How could I walk away from that? In March of 1987, Dr. Cordova told me I was ready for my first projection. I've been training for 17 months. I was in the best physical shape of my life. I'd mastered the meditation techniques. My neural mapping was stable. I was ready. They scheduled it for March 15, 1987. The target was August 15, 2026, 39 years forward. They chose 2026 because it was far enough forward to see significant change, but not so far that the probable futures diverged too much. They wanted my first jump to be as stable as possible. The day before the projection, they gave me a full medical exam. Blood work, brain scans, everything. They needed a baseline to compare to when I came back. They explained the risks again. There was a 12% chance of complete failure, where nothing would happen, and I'd just wake up still in 1987. There was a 5% chance of partial fragmentation, where my consciousness would split between time frames, and I'd experience both simultaneously, which would likely cause permanent psychological damage. And there was a 2% chance of total dissolution, where my consciousness would just disperse and I'd die. Or rather, my body would continue living, but there'd be nothing inside it. Vegetative state. 83% chance of success. Those were the odds. Better than the early trials, they said. In the first attempts, success rate had been under 50%. I signed the consent forms. I said I understood the risks. And I did, intellectually. But I don't think you can really understand what it means to risk your consciousness until you're actually doing it. They had me fast for 24 hours before the projection. Something about maintaining stable blood chemistry. I spent that day alone, meditating, preparing mentally. I thought about Jennifer and Sarah. I thought about what I might see in 2026. I thought about my older self on that video, telling me this was the timeline where humanity makes it through. I held on to that. The next morning, they took me down to the chamber level. Dr. Cordova was there, along with 4 technicians who'd be monitoring the equipment. They had me change into a simple cotton jumpsuit. No metal. Nothing that could interfere with the quantum fields. They gave me an injection, a temporal substrate, they called it. It was a cocktail of those nanoparticles I mentioned, along with some other compounds that would help maintain neural stability during the transition. It burned going in. I could feel it spreading through my bloodstream, a cold sensation moving up my arm and into my chest. Then they had me lie down on the platform inside the chamber. They attached monitoring sensors to my head, my chest, my wrists. These would track my vital signs during the projection. The technicians checked everything twice, then 3 times. Dr. Cordova leaned over me before they sealed the chamber. She said, "Marcus, once we begin the harmonic induction, you're going to feel yourself coming apart. That's normal. Don't fight it. Let yourself unravel. When you see the tunnel, move toward the light. Don't hesitate. Hesitation is what causes fragmentation. Trust the process." I nodded. I didn't trust my voice right then. She squeezed my shoulder. "You're going to do fine. And when you come back, you're going to have seen things no one else has seen. You're going to know the future." Then she stepped back and they sealed the chamber. The sphere closed around me. Total darkness. Total silence. I've been in sensory deprivation before during training, but this was different. This felt final somehow, like being buried alive. I focused on my breathing, in and out, slow and steady, the way they'd trained me. Then the harmonic induction began. I can't describe it accurately. The closest I can come is to say it felt like my entire body was vibrating, but from the inside out. Not a physical vibration, something deeper. Like every cell, every atom was resonating at a frequency just slightly out of sync with reality. The sensation built slowly. The vibration became more intense. I could feel my thoughts starting to scatter, like someone had taken my mind and thrown it against a wall, and it was breaking into pieces. I wanted to panic. Every instinct said this was wrong. Something terrible was happening. I needed to make it stop. But I remembered the training. Don't fight it. Let yourself unravel. So I did. I stopped trying to hold myself together and just let go. And that's when I saw it. The tunnel. It appeared in the darkness ahead of me. Or maybe I appeared in front of it. I couldn't tell which. It was black, darker than the darkness around me, which shouldn't have been possible, but was. And at the far end, impossibly far away, there was light. Not warm light, not welcoming. It was harsh, clinical, white like lightning. I felt myself being pulled toward it, or I was moving toward it voluntarily. Again, I couldn't tell. The distinction between my will and what was happening to me had blurred. The tunnel seemed to stretch on forever. I was moving through it, but distance didn't make sense anymore. Time didn't make sense. I could feel myself existing in multiple moments simultaneously. I was in the chamber in 1987, and I was moving through this tunnel, and I was somewhere else. When else, all at the same time. And then there was this moment, maybe a millisecond, maybe an eternity, where I could feel everything. every moment of my life, past and future, all at once. I could feel myself as a child, as a young man, as I was now, as I would be decades older. I could feel my heart beating in 1987 and in 2026 simultaneously. I could feel my daughter as a 5-year-old and as a grown woman I'd never met. All of it, all at once. And it should have driven me insane, but instead, it felt like the most natural thing in the world. Then I was through. The light hit me like a physical force, and suddenly I was gasping. My eyes were open, and I was lying on a bed in a room I'd never seen before. I couldn't move at first. My body felt wrong, like I'd borrowed someone else's and hadn't quite figured out how it worked yet. Which, in a sense, I had. This was my body, but 41 years older than the one I'd left behind. The disorientation was overwhelming. I managed to sit up. The room was small, simple. A bed, a desk, a chair. There was a window, and through it I could see buildings. Modern buildings, but different from 1987 somehow. Cleaner lines, more glass. There was a digital clock on the desk. It said 3:47 p.m. And the date? August 15th, 2026. I'd done it. I'd traveled 39 years into the future in what felt like seconds. I tried to stand and nearly fell. My legs weren't responding right. I had to grab the desk to steady myself. That's when I noticed my hands. They were old. Not elderly, but definitely older than 41. Liver spots, prominent veins, the skin loose in a way it hadn't been. There was a mirror on the wall. I made my way to it, holding onto furniture. I looked at myself. I was 68 years old. Gray hair, deep lines around my eyes and mouth. I looked tired, but I also looked like me, unmistakably me. And then I remembered. I wasn't just observing 2026. I was experiencing it through the consciousness of my 68-year-old self. This version of me had lived through the intervening 40 years. Somewhere in this brain I was currently inhabiting, there were 40 years of memories I didn't have access to yet. The projection worked by overlaying my 1987 consciousness onto my 2026 consciousness. Both were present, but my 1987 self was in control. The door opened. A woman walked in, maybe 35, Korean, wearing what looked like regular glasses except they had a faint glow along the edges. She smiled when she saw me standing. "Dr. Veldon, you're awake." "Good. How are you feeling? Any disorientation?" I tried to speak. My voice came out rough, unfamiliar. "Who are you?" "Zara Kim. I'm your contact for this visit." We've been expecting you." She gestured to the chair. "Please, sit. You're going to feel off balance for a while. The temporal adaptation takes about an hour." I sat. My mind was reeling. "You know about the projection?" "Of course. We were told to expect a visitor from 1987. Though we weren't told much more than that." She sat across from me, those strange glasses reflecting light in odd ways. "Can I get you anything? Water? Food?" I realized I was incredibly thirsty. "Water, please." She touched the side of her glasses and spoke into the air. "Water, room temperature." Then she looked back at me. "It'll be here in a moment." I stared at her. How did you do that?" She smiled. "Neural interface. These glasses are connected to the building's system. I just requested water and it's being delivered by the service unit." "Service unit?" "Automated delivery. It's standard in most buildings now." She noticed my expression. "I'm sorry. Of course you wouldn't know. This must all be very strange for you." Strange didn't begin to cover it. I was in the future. The actual future. And this woman was casually talking to me like it was completely normal. A panel in the wall slid open, and a small platform extended with a glass of water on it. I took it, my hand shaking slightly. The glass was warm to the touch, some kind of material I didn't recognize. Not quite plastic, not quite glass. I drank. The water tasted clean, pure, better than any water I'd ever had. Zara was watching me with interest. "Dr. Veldon, I'm supposed to debrief you on the current situation and answer any questions you have. But first, I need to establish your mission parameters. What were you told about your objectives here?" "I'm supposed to observe, gather information about technological development. 48 hours, then they'll pull me back." She nodded. 48 hours, that's not much time. "Where would you like to start?" I didn't know what to say. I had 48 hours in 2026 and no idea where to begin. "I guess, just tell me what's happened. What's different from my time?" Zara smiled. "How much time do you have?" "Everything's different." She spent the next hour giving me a basic overview. I'll try to remember it as accurately as I can, though honestly my mind was still reeling from the projection, and I didn't catch everything. She said the big change had come from AI development. In the early 2020s, artificial intelligence had advanced far beyond what anyone in 1987 had predicted. Not just better computers, but actually intelligent systems that could learn, reason, create. She mentioned something called GPT, Generative Pre-trained Transformer, which could write like a human. She said by 2023, AI systems could pass law exams, medical boards, write code, create art, And then, just a few months before my arrival, in August 2026, there had been the breakthrough I'd mentioned at the start of this video. An AI system that could predict protein structures with near-perfect accuracy. She called it a revolution in drug development. She said diseases that had taken decades to find treatments for could now be addressed in months. She talked about the Proteus announcement, which had happened in March of that year, a collaboration between DeepMind, which I'd never heard of, and a biotech company called Helix Genomics. Their AI had solved protein folding, and the implications were enormous. Cancer treatments, Alzheimer's therapies, things that had seemed impossible were now within reach. I asked her about brain-computer interfaces. She touched her glasses. These, they're not quite brain-computer interfaces, not yet. They're neural responsive, meaning they can detect certain patterns of brain activity and respond to them. But the actual interfaces, the ones that create direct connection between brain and computer, those are in clinical trials right now. FDA approval is expected within the next year. She told me the company doing the most advanced work wasn't one I'd heard of. She said Neuralink was getting a lot of attention, but the company that would actually get approval first was called Axon Dynamics. They were working in stealth mode, not much public information. But their device, something called the Synapse Bridge, was showing very promising results in trials. I asked about the internet. She looked at me strangely for a moment, then seemed to remember I was from 1987. Right, you don't have the internet yet. Or you do, but it's just universities and military, isn't it? I nodded. Okay, this is going to be hard to explain. The internet is everywhere now. Everyone has access to it. All human knowledge, instantly available. We have devices, smartphones, that connect to it wirelessly. You can access any information, communicate with anyone in the world, instantly. She pulled something out of her pocket. It was thin, maybe the size of a playing card, but a bit larger, made of glass or something like glass. She touched it, and it lit up, showed a glowing display. This is a phone, but it's also a computer, a camera, a library, a map, everything. I stared at it. In 1987, phones were attached to walls with cords. Computers filled entire rooms, and she was holding something the size of a playing card that combined all of that. She showed me pictures on it, videos. She showed me a map of New York that could zoom in and out with her fingers. She showed me something called social media, where people shared their lives with others online. It was overwhelming. I felt like I'd been dropped into a science fiction novel. I asked her about space exploration. She said we'd sent rovers to Mars, dozens of them. We discovered evidence of water, possibly evidence of ancient microbial life, though that was still being debated. We hadn't put humans on Mars yet, but there were serious plans to do so in the 2030s. I asked about politics. She got a strange look on her face. That's complicated. Would you rather not know? Some people from the past prefer not to know how politics turns out. I said I wanted to know. She told me about 9/11, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the 2008 financial crisis, the pandemic in 2020. She told me who had been president, which presidents I'd recognize, and which I wouldn't. She told me about social changes, how much had shifted in terms of attitudes toward different groups, how fast it had all happened. The pandemic surprised me the most. She said in 2020, a virus had spread globally, killed millions of people, shut down the entire world for months. Lockdowns, masks, social distancing. She said it had been terrifying, but also had accelerated certain changes, particularly in remote work and digital technology. I asked her about climate change. She said it was getting worse. Temperatures were rising, ice caps melting, extreme weather events becoming more common. But there was also hope. Solar energy had become incredibly cheap. Electric vehicles were everywhere. Technology was advancing that might help pull carbon from the atmosphere. It wasn't too late, but the window was closing. She talked for a long time. I tried to absorb it all. 40 years of history in an hour. It was impossible to really grasp. Finally, I asked her the question that had been bothering me. You said you were expecting me. You said you knew I was from 1987. How much does the public know about time travel? 3. She shook her head. They don't. This is still classified. I'm read into the program at a low level. I'm told when to expect visitors, given basic guidelines for what I can and can't tell them. But I don't know how it works. I don't know where you go when you're not here. I just know that periodically, people from the past show up, spend a few days observing, then disappear. And the government is okay with this? Certain parts of the government know. Most don't. It's very compartmentalized. Even most people with top secret clearances don't know about Project Kronos. She paused. Can I ask you something? What's it like? Coming from 1987 to here. I thought about how to answer. It's like waking up from a dream into a different dream. Everything is familiar but wrong. I recognize the shape of things, cities and buildings and people, but all the details are different. It's disorienting. She nodded. I can imagine. Well, you have 48 hours. What do you want to see? I wanted to see everything. But I knew I had to be strategic. Take me outside. I want to walk around, see the city. We left the building. It turned out we were in Brooklyn, in a safe house the program maintained for visiting temporal projectors. When we stepped outside, I had to stop and just stare. The city was quieter than 1987 New York had any right to be. The traffic was there, but it was nearly silent. Electric vehicles everywhere. The air smelled different, cleaner. I could actually breathe without feeling like I was inhaling exhaust fumes. The people were different too. Everyone was wearing those glasses, or at least most people were. Everyone was looking at phones, like the one Zara had shown me. Some people were talking to the air, having conversations with people who weren't there. Augmented reality calls, Zara explained. They could see the other person overlaid on their vision through their glasses. We walked for a while. I saw things that amazed me. Buildings with plants growing on the sides of them, vertical gardens, delivery drones flying overhead, a car that drove itself, no one at the wheel, street vendors selling food I'd never heard of, cuisine from all over the world. But I also saw things that disturbed me. There were homeless people, just like in 1987, maybe more of them. The inequality was still there. The problems hadn't gone away just because the technology advanced. I mentioned this to Zara. She said, yeah, technology alone doesn't solve human problems. We still have poverty, addiction, mental illness. We just have it with better phones. We stopped at a coffee shop. The barista was a robot, not trying to look human, just efficient. A smooth white surface with articulated arms. It made my coffee perfectly, handed it to me with a polite, "Enjoy your beverage." I stared at it. Zara laughed at my expression. Android workers are common in service industries now. They're cheaper than humans, more reliable. It's been controversial. I ask what happened to the people who used to do those jobs. She said some of them retrained for other work. Some of them were on government assistance. Unemployment was higher than anyone wanted, but the economy was changing. She said within the next decade, maybe sooner, they'd probably implement some form of universal basic income. The alternative was social collapse. We sat at a table and I drank my coffee. It was perfect. Better than any coffee I'd ever had. Zara told me they'd optimized the growing process, the roasting, the brewing. AI designed coffee that hit every pleasure receptor perfectly. I asked her about her life. What did she do? She said she was a historian, specializing in late 20th century technology development. She'd been fascinated by how quickly things had changed. She said the period from 1990 to 2020 was one of the fastest technological transformations in human history. I asked if she had family. She said she was married, had a 6-year-old son. Her husband was an engineer working on fusion energy. She said they might actually crack fusion within the next 5 years. Unlimited clean energy, if they could make it work. I asked what it was like raising a child in 2026. She said it was different from how her parents raised her. Her son had access to AI tutors that could teach him anything. He learned faster than previous generations. But she worried about him spending too much time in virtual spaces. Kids now could put on VR headsets and spend hours in simulated worlds. It was fun, educational even, but she wanted him to experience the real world too. We talked for an hour. Just normal conversation, like I was visiting from another city rather than another time. And that's what struck me most about 2026. It was still human. People still had jobs and families and worries. They still drank coffee and complained about traffic. The technology had changed, but people hadn't, not fundamentally. But there were glimpses of the bigger changes coming. Zara mentioned that her nephew had just started university. I asked what he was studying. She said, consciousness engineering. I asked what that was. She said it was a new field, only started offering degrees in the last couple years. It combined neuroscience, quantum physics, and computer science to understand how consciousness worked and how to interface with it directly. She said it was one of the fastest growing programs in universities. Everyone wanted to get into it. I asked why. She said because consciousness was the next frontier. We'd figured out how to manipulate matter and energy. Now we were figuring out how to manipulate awareness itself. Brain-computer interfaces, consciousness uploading, potentially even communication between minds directly. Within the next few decades, she said, being human might mean something very different than it did in my time. That sent a chill through me. Not fear exactly, but a sense of vertigo. If consciousness could be manipulated, uploaded, transferred, then what did that mean for identity, for the self, for death? I asked Zara if she believed in life after death. She looked at me thoughtfully. I think consciousness is more fundamental than we realize. The new research suggests it's not just an emergent property of brain activity. It might be primary, with brains just acting as receivers or filters. If that's true, then yeah, something probably continues. But that's philosophy, not science. Not yet, anyway. We finished our coffee and walked more. She showed me parks where the trees were genetically modified to absorb more carbon dioxide. She showed me a hospital where surgical robots performed operations more precisely than any human surgeon could. She showed me schools where children learned through immersive simulations rather than textbooks. The sun was setting. I've been in 2026 for about 6 hours. I was exhausted, mentally if not physically. The sensory overload was catching up with me. Zara took me back to the safe house. She said she'd return tomorrow to continue the tour. I had another day and a half before the projection ended. I lay in the bed in that room, staring at the ceiling. I was in the future, the real future. and it was stranger and more familiar than I'd imagined. The technology was like magic, but the people were still people. And I realized that was the truth about the future. It's not some alien world, it's just us, with better tools. I thought about Jennifer and Sarah in 1987. I wondered what they were doing at that exact moment. Jennifer probably putting Sarah to bed, reading her a story. They had no idea I was here, 40 years in their future, lying in a bed in a world they couldn't imagine. I fell asleep thinking about them, and when I woke up the next morning, I had one more day to explore before they pulled me back. The next day, in 2026, Sarah took me to see more of the city. We visited a research facility where they were working on medical nanobots. These were microscopic machines, smaller than cells, that could be injected into the bloodstream to perform targeted repairs. The technology was still experimental in 2026, but the lead researcher told me they expected FDA approval within 5 years. He said by 2035, getting an injection of medical nanobots would be as routine as getting a vaccine. I watched through a microscope as these tiny machines navigated through a simulated bloodstream, identifying damaged cells and repairing them. It was like watching science fiction become real in front of my eyes. The researcher, his name was Dr. Patel, he told me that within a decade, these nanobots would be able to prevent most cancers by catching malformed cells before they could replicate. Heart disease would become manageable. Aging itself, he said. Aging would become a treatable condition. I asked him what that meant for lifespan. He said conservatively, people born in 2026 could expect to live to 120, maybe 150, with good health for most of that. But he said that estimate was probably too low because the technology was advancing exponentially. By the time those children reached middle age, the technology would be even better. They might live to 200 or longer. I asked him about people who were already old, people in their 60s and 70s. He got quieter. He said for them, it might be too late. The damage was already done. Unless they could make it to around 2030, when the really advanced treatments became available. He called it a bridge. If you could survive long enough to reach the next breakthrough, that breakthrough would carry you to the next one, and so on. But if you were too old now, you might not make it to that first bridge. That hit me hard, because I realized I was talking about myself. Marcus Veldon in 2026 was 68 years old, close to that cutoff. And the version of me experiencing this, my consciousness from 1987, I was only 41. I had time. But the body I was currently inhabiting, this older version of myself, he might not make it. I didn't say anything to Dr. Patel about being a time traveler, of course, but I thought about it. about how strange it was to be worrying about the mortality of a future version of yourself. We left the research facility and Zara took me to see something lighter, an entertainment district where people were experiencing virtual reality in dedicated facilities. Not the clunky VR headsets I'd heard about in research papers, but full immersion chambers. You'd go in, lie down, and for a few hours you'd experience a completely different reality. You could be anyone, anywhere. The simulations were indistinguishable from reality, Zara said. People would live entire adventures in the span of an afternoon. I didn't try it. I was already experiencing one kind of reality displacement. I didn't need another. That evening, my second day in 2026, the projection started to destabilize. I began feeling the pull back to 1987. Zara said it was normal, that the quantum entanglement could only be maintained for so long. I had maybe another hour before I'd be pulled back completely. I asked her to show me one more thing. I wanted to see where regular people lived, not research facilities or entertainment districts. I wanted to see normal life. She took me to her apartment. It was small, maybe 600 square feet, but it felt larger because of how it was designed. The walls could change color and pattern with voice commands. The furniture could reconfigure itself. The windows could display any view you wanted, could make it look like you were overlooking a beach or a mountain range instead of the actual city street below. Her son was there, 6 years old, doing homework with an AI tutor. The tutor was projected holographically, looked like a friendly cartoon character, and it was patiently explaining fractions. The kid understood it in minutes. Zara said the AI adapted to each child's learning style, made education more efficient than it had ever been. I watched this 6-year-old learning advanced math with help from an artificial intelligence in an apartment where the walls changed color on command. And I thought about Sarah in 1987. She was 5 years old, playing with plastic dinosaurs, learning from books and teachers who had 30 other students to worry about. The gap between her world and this one felt impossibly large. Zara's husband came home. His name was Michael. And when Zara introduced me as a visiting consultant, he shook my hand and didn't question it. People in 2026 were used to strange things, I suppose. We had dinner together. The food was printed. Not like a 3D printer making plastic objects, but actual molecular assembly of food from base ingredients. You could have any dish you wanted, any cuisine, and it would be nutritionally optimized for your specific biology. Zara's glasses had communicated with the food printer and told it my approximate age and health status, and it adjusted the meal accordingly. It tasted incredible, like the best home-cooked meal I'd ever had, but it had been made by a machine in 15 minutes. During dinner, I felt the pull getting stronger. My vision started to blur. Zara noticed and quietly excused us from the table. We went back to the safe house. The transition back was faster than the transition forward. One moment I was in 2026, The next I was in the tunnel again, that black corridor with the harsh white light. And then I was gasping, my eyes opening, and I was back in the chamber in 1987. They pulled me out immediately. Dr. Cordova was there, asking me questions. Was I coherent? Did I remember what I'd seen? Could I distinguish between the timelines? I told her yes. I remembered everything, every detail. The projection had worked perfectly. They kept me in medical observation for 3 days. They needed to make sure I hadn't suffered any psychological damage from the displacement. They ran cognitive tests, had me describe what I'd seen in excruciating detail, looked for any signs of temporal confusion. I was fine, tired, disoriented for the first day, but fine, and I was changed. I'd seen the future. I knew what was coming. I knew that humanity would survive, would advance, would create things I could barely comprehend. But I also knew that people would still be people, still struggling with the same fundamental questions about meaning and purpose and connection. 3 weeks later, they cleared me for my second projection. This one would be to 2030, 4 more years into the future. They said each jump would go progressively further as my consciousness became more adapted to the displacement. The second jump happened in April of 1987. By this point, I'd been away from home for 18 months. Jennifer was done waiting for me to come back. She'd filed for divorce. I got the papers delivered to the facility. I signed them. What else could I do? I couldn't tell her the truth. I couldn't explain why I'd been gone, why I'd changed, why I couldn't be the husband she needed. Sarah was 6 now. I hadn't seen her in person in 1.5 years. Jennifer wasn't letting me talk to her on the phone anymore. Said it was too confusing for her, having a father who was never there. I understood. I hated it, but I understood. I threw myself into the work. My second projection was scheduled for April 15th, 1987, targeting April 3rd, 2030. The process was easier this time. I knew what to expect. The injection, the chamber, the harmonic induction, the tunnel. It still felt like being torn apart, but I didn't fight it. I arrived in 2030 in San Francisco. This time my contact was a man named James Okoye. He was younger than Zara had been, maybe late 20s, and he seemed excited to meet me. He said he'd been read into the Chronos program specifically to handle temporal visitors, and I was his third assignment. The first thing I noticed about 2030 was how different it felt from 2026. 4 years doesn't seem like much, but the pace of change had accelerated dramatically. The AI systems were more advanced. The integration of technology into daily life was more seamless. And people looked different, healthier somehow, younger than they should have been, James explained. The medical breakthroughs from 2026 had started rolling out. The first medical nanobot treatments had been approved in 2029. People who could afford it were already getting them. Life extension wasn't just theoretical anymore. It was happening. He took me to what he called a renewal clinic. This was a medical facility that specialized in age reversal therapies. The waiting room was full of people in their 50s, 60s, 70s. They were there to get treatments that would turn back their biological clocks. I met a doctor there named Dr. Hiroshi Tanaka. He was 78 years old, but looked maybe 55. He explained what had changed since 2026. The nanobot technology had advanced faster than anyone predicted. By 2029, they could do more than just repair cells. They could actively reverse aging damage, restore telomeres, clear out senescent cells, repair mitochondrial function. He showed me his medical chart. His biological age was 43, even though he'd been born in 1952, same year as me. He gained back 35 years of his life through these treatments. I asked him how it was possible. He said we'd figured out that aging wasn't inevitable. It was just accumulated damage. And if you could repair that damage faster than it accumulated, you could extend life indefinitely. He called it longevity escape velocity. I asked him to explain that term. He said, imagine you're aging at a rate of 1 year per year. That's normal. But now imagine medical science is advancing, and each year they can reverse 2 months of aging damage. You're still getting older, but now you're only aging 10 months per year. The next year, technology advances more, and now they can reverse 4 months. You're aging 8 months per year, and so on. Eventually, you reach a point where medical science is advancing faster than you're aging. You've reached escape velocity. You'll never die of old age. He said we were approaching that point. For people who were diligent about their health and had access to the latest treatments, they'd probably reach escape velocity around 2032 or 2033. If you could survive until then, your odds of living to see 2100 were better than 50-50. Living to 2200? Also possible, maybe even likely. I asked him about people who were already old. He got that same quiet look Dr. Patel had in 2026. He said for people in their 80s and 90s, it might be too late. The damage was too severe. But for people in their 60s and 70s who were in relatively good health, there was hope. If they could make it to 2035, they'd probably make it indefinitely. I thought about myself. Marcus Veldon in 2030 would be 71 years old, close to that edge, and I wondered if I'd make it. If the version of me inhabiting this timeline would survive long enough to reach escape velocity. But James pulled me away from the clinic. He said there was more to see. The life extension stuff was important, but it wasn't the biggest change. We went to what looked like an ordinary office building. But when we went inside, I realized half the people working there weren't people at all. They were androids. Not crude robots, but machines designed to look and act human. They weren't trying to pass as human yet. They had smooth synthetic skin that was clearly artificial. But they moved fluidly, spoke naturally, worked alongside humans as colleagues. James introduced me to one. Her name was Kira. She was a data analyst. I talked with her for maybe 10 minutes, and if I hadn't been told she was synthetic, I might not have guessed. She was that sophisticated. She laughed at jokes. She asked me questions about my background. She seemed genuinely curious. I asked James about this afterward. He said android workers were becoming common in 2030. They were more efficient than humans at certain tasks, never got tired, never needed breaks. But they weren't taking over. They were augmenting human labor, working in roles humans didn't want or couldn't fill. I asked what happened to the workers they replaced. He said that was the controversial part. Unemployment had spiked in the late 2020s. A lot of people lost their jobs to automation. But the economy was shifting. The government had started rolling out what they called an existence dividend, a guaranteed income for all citizens. I asked him to explain. He said it wasn't called universal basic income in 2030. That term had too much political baggage, but it was the same concept. Every citizen received about $4,500 per month, no strings attached, enough to live on, not comfortably but adequately. The idea was that as automation took over more jobs, people needed some kind of economic support. He said it was funded by taxes on the companies using AI and automation. The corporations were making enormous profits by replacing human workers with machines. So the government taxed those profits and redistributed them. It was controversial, still being debated, but it was working better than anyone expected. I asked him if people were miserable being unemployed. He said no, and that had surprised everyone. People adapted. They found meaning in other ways. Creative pursuits, volunteering, education, raising families. The Puritan work ethic was dying, he said. The idea that you had to earn your existence through labor was being replaced by something else. The idea that existence itself had value. We visited a park where people were gathering for what James called a maker fair. People showing off things they'd created. Art, music, inventions, crafts. Most of these people didn't have traditional jobs. They lived on the existence dividend, but they weren't idle. They were creating, learning, contributing in their own ways. I met a man there named Robert. He told me he used to be an accountant. Lost his job in 2027 when AI accounting systems made his role obsolete. He'd spent a year depressed, feeling worthless. But then he'd started painting, something he'd always wanted to do but never had time for. Now he painted full time. He sold some pieces, but mostly he just created because he loved it. The existence dividend meant he could pursue that without starving. He showed me his work. It was good, really good, and he was happy in a way that I could tell he'd never been as an accountant. James said this was everywhere. People pursuing poetry, music, philosophy, science, not for money, but because human curiosity hadn't disappeared. It had just been freed from economic necessity. But there was a darker side too. James showed me areas where people had given up entirely, where they lived in tiny apartments, subsisting on the existence dividend, spending all their time in virtual reality escapism, not creating, not learning, just consuming simulated experiences endlessly. He said this was maybe 20% of people. They couldn't adapt to a world without mandatory work. They didn't know what to do with freedom. I asked James about his own life. He said he worked for the government as a temporal liaison, but only about 15 hours a week. The rest of his time he spent studying music composition. He was learning from AI tutors, composing symphonies that would never be performed, but gave him satisfaction anyway. He said he'd tried the old model of working 40 or 50 hours a week, and it had made him miserable. Why spend your finite time on earth doing things you don't care about? Now he did work that mattered, in moderation, and spent the rest of his time on things he loved. The second day in 2030, James took me to see something I wasn't prepared for. He said there was someone who wanted to meet me, a woman who'd had the most advanced neural augmentation available in 2030. Her name was Elena Rodriguez. She was 37 years old, a neural interface engineer. But she wasn't just working with the technology. She'd integrated it into herself. She'd been one of the first volunteers for experimental nanobot neural integration in 2027. We met her at a cafe. She looked normal at first glance, but when she looked at me, I felt something strange, like she was seeing more than just my face, like she was reading something deeper. She smiled and said, "You're nervous. I can feel it from here." I asked her what she meant. She said the nanobots in her brain had created new neural pathways that allowed her to sense electromagnetic fields, including the ones generated by other people's brains. Within about 3 meters, she could read surface thoughts, not deep memories or secrets, but active thinking, whatever someone was consciously focusing on. I thought of a number, 47, random choice. She laughed, 47, and now you're wondering if I just got lucky or if this is real. I asked her to prove it wasn't a trick. She said to think of an image, any image, but really focus on it. I pictured Sarah as a child. The last memory I had of her, standing in our living room, holding that stuffed triceratops, asking when Daddy would come home. Elena's expression softened. A little girl, blonde hair, holding a toy dinosaur, green, like a triceratops. She's asking you something. You're feeling guilty. My hands started shaking. I asked her how the hell she was doing that. She said the nanobots in her brain had networked with her biological neurons, creating a kind of extended neural architecture. They could detect patterns in electromagnetic fields and translate them into sensory information her brain could process. It was like having a new sense, like seeing or hearing, but for thoughts. I asked if it felt invasive. She looked at me like I'd asked if having eyes felt invasive. She said there were privacy protocols built in. She could only access thoughts that were being actively broadcast, so to speak. Conscious, surface-level thinking. She couldn't dig into memories or unconscious thoughts without permission. It would be like hearing someone speak versus breaking into their house and reading their diary. But still, the idea disturbed me. If this technology became widespread, would anyone have privacy anymore? Elena said that was the debate happening in 2030. The technology existed. The question was how to regulate it. Some people wanted it banned entirely. Others wanted it freely available. The compromise was strict licensing. You had to pass psychological evaluations and legal background checks to get neural augmentation that included telepathic capabilities. She said most people who got augmented chose not to include that feature. They just wanted the cognitive enhancements, better memory, faster processing, direct interface with computers. The telepathy was too controversial. I asked her what it was like, living with an augmented brain. She said it was like going from black and white to color. The world was richer, deeper, more complex. She could think about multiple things simultaneously without losing focus. She could access information instantly just by thinking about it. Her brain was networked with the internet, with databases, with AI systems. She had the entirety of human knowledge available to her at thought speed. But she said it was also lonely sometimes. Most people couldn't keep up with how fast she thought now. Conversations felt slow. She'd had to find other augmented people to socialize with, people who thought at the same speed. I asked her if she regretted it. She said no. This was the future of humanity. We were becoming something more than we'd been. It was inevitable. The only question was whether you wanted to be an early adopter or wait until everyone else had done it first. James took me away after an hour with Elena. He could see I was overwhelmed. We went back to the safe house and I just sat there for a while, trying to process. Telepathy, life extension, androids working alongside humans, universal basic income. The world was changing so fast, and this was only 2030, only 43 years from when I was born. I asked James what came next. He said the 2030s would be the transition decade. By 2040, he said, everything would be different. Humans wouldn't be purely biological anymore. We'd be merging with the technology. It was already starting in 2030, but by 2040 it would be normal. That night, lying in bed in 2030, I thought about what I'd seen. I thought about Dr. Tanaka, 78 years old, but biologically 43. I thought about Elena, reading thoughts with her augmented brain. I thought about Robert, the former accountant who'd found happiness as a painter. I thought about those people in tiny apartments, lost in virtual reality, unable to adapt to freedom. The future wasn't simple. It wasn't utopian or dystopian. It was complex, nuanced, full of opportunities and challenges, just like the present had always been, but amplified. The next morning, the projection ended. The pullback to 1987 was stronger this time, almost violent. I barely had time to say goodbye to James before I was in the tunnel again. I woke up in the chamber in 1987. Dr. Cordova was there. She asked me the standard questions. I answered them. I was fine, coherent, no temporal confusion. But I was changing. Each jump changed me a little more, made it harder to care about 1987 problems when I knew what was coming, made it harder to connect with people who had no idea what the future held. They gave me 6 months between the second and third jumps. I needed the rest. The temporal shearing was accumulating. I was aging faster than I should be. My hair was graying prematurely. I had joint pain that shouldn't be there in a man in his early 40s. But in October of 1987, they cleared me from my third projection. This one would go further than before. They wanted me to jump to 2040, 53 years into the future. I asked if it was safe to go that far. Dr. Cordova said the technology had improved. They'd refined the harmonic induction process based on data from my previous jumps. They thought I could handle it. I agreed. What choice did I have? This was my life now, my purpose, to see the future and report back. The third jump happened on October 12, 1987. Target date, June 18th, 2040. The transition was rougher than before. Going 53 years created more instability. I felt myself fragmenting during the tunnel phase, copies of my consciousness spreading across different timelines. They pulled me together, but barely. When I arrived in 2040, I spent the first 6 hours vomiting and shaking from the displacement. But when I finally stabilized and stepped outside the safe house, I realized why they'd wanted me to see 2040. This was the future, where the line between human and machine had completely blurred. I was in Los Angeles. The city looked different from anything I'd seen before. The buildings were organic somehow. They seemed to breathe. I found out later they were partially alive. built with bioengineered materials that could repair themselves and adapt to environmental conditions. But it was the people that shocked me most. I couldn't tell who was human and who wasn't. My contact in 2040 was a woman named Aria. She approached me at a cafe, asked if the seat was taken. We talked for maybe 20 minutes about architecture, about the changes in the city, about art and culture. She was charming, intelligent, funny. Then she casually mentioned she'd been activated 6 months ago. I stared at her. I asked what she meant by activated. She smiled. I'm a synthetic person, Marcus, an android. You couldn't tell, could you? I couldn't. I absolutely couldn't. She was warm to the touch. She had micro-expressions, subtle movements, conversational rhythms that were completely natural. There was nothing about her that seemed artificial. She said that's how it was in 2040. The technology had advanced to the point where synthetic humans were indistinguishable from biological ones. Same warmth, same breathing patterns, same everything. The only way to tell was if they chose to identify themselves. I asked her why she told me. She said because I'd asked her directly if she was my contact, and she didn't believe in deceiving people about what she was. But she said a lot of synthetic people didn't disclose unless specifically asked. They just lived their lives, and most people never knew. This disturbed me on a level I had trouble articulating. I asked her if she was conscious, really conscious, or just simulating it. She looked at me with something like sadness. She said, "How would you know if you're really conscious? What test could you perform that would prove you're not just an incredibly sophisticated biological machine simulating consciousness?" I didn't have an answer. She said, "I experience. I feel joy and sadness and curiosity and fear. I form relationships. I create meaning. I dread my own termination." If you define consciousness as subjective experience, then yes, I'm conscious. If you define it as something mystical that only biological entities can possess, then maybe not. But the functional difference is zero. We walked through the city. Aria pointed out other synthetic people, and I realized they were everywhere. Maybe a quarter of the people I was seeing, working jobs, shopping, sitting in parks, living lives that were apparently indistinguishable from human lives. I asked her about rights. Did synthetic people have legal rights? She said yes, as of 2038, after what she called the sentience debates. There had been a landmark court case involving a synthetic person named Orion, who'd argued for legal personhood. The legal reasoning was simple. If an entity can suffer, learn, form relationships, and fear its own termination, it qualifies for basic rights. The court couldn't prove that synthetic minds were unconscious, and the ethical risk of treating conscious beings as property was too great. So they'd granted legal personhood. It was controversial, still being debated in 2040. But the law was clear. Synthetic people had rights. You couldn't own them. You couldn't destroy them without cause. They could own property, sign contracts, get married. I asked about that last one. Aria said yes. Synthetic people could marry humans or each other. It was legal. Still socially controversial in some communities, but legal. I asked if he was in a relationship. She said she'd been seeing someone, a human man, for about 3 months. It was going well. He knew what she was, didn't care. I asked the question I knew was inappropriate, but needed to know. Were they physically intimate? She didn't get offended. She said yes. Synthetic bodies were fully functional in that way, designed to be. She said about 30% of partnerships in 2040 involved at least one synthetic person. The number was growing. She asked me if that bothered me. I said I didn't know. It challenged everything I thought I knew about relationships, about what it meant to be human. She said humans have always formed bonds with whatever was available. You form relationships with pets, with inanimate objects, if you're lonely enough. Why is it surprising that you'd form relationships with entities that can actually reciprocate, regardless of what they're made of? I didn't have an answer to that either. We visited a memorial that afternoon. It was dedicated to synthetic people who'd been destroyed before the legal protections were in place. Aria said thousands of synthetic minds had been terminated by owners who thought of them as property, just turned off like appliances. She said it was genocide, though some people objected to using that word for non-biological entities. Standing at that memorial, reading the names, I felt something shift in my understanding. These were people. Maybe not human, but people, with minds and experiences and relationships. And they've been killed. Not murdered in the legal sense, not before 2038, but killed nonetheless. Aria introduced me to a friend of hers, a synthetic man named Orion, the same one who'd won the landmark case. He was quiet, thoughtful. We talked for an hour about philosophy, about consciousness, about rights. He said the hardest part about being synthetic wasn't the discrimination from humans. It was the uncertainty about his own inner experience. He said humans took consciousness for granted. They never questioned whether they were really experiencing things or just simulating it. But synthetic people had to wonder, am I really here? Really experiencing this? Or am I just programmed to believe I am? I said humans wondered that too, sometimes. The philosophical zombie problem. How do you know anyone else is conscious? You can only ever know your own experience. He nodded, said that was exactly it. The uncertainty was universal. But for synthetic people, it was sharper, because they knew exactly how they were built. They could examine their own source code, see the algorithms running their minds, and that made it harder to trust their own experiences. But he said he'd made peace with it. Real or simulated, the experience felt real to him. That was enough. The second day in 2040, Aria took me to see something that disturbed me even more than the synthetic people. She took me to a facility that specialized in consciousness uploading. They'd perfected the technology in 2039. They could scan a brain completely, map every neural connection and synaptic weight, and create a perfect digital copy. They called it U2. I met a man there named Robert Chen, or rather I met Robert Chen too. The original Robert had died in a car accident in 2038, but 6 months before his death, he'd done a routine consciousness backup. Just standard procedure for anyone who could afford it. When he died, his family activated the backup. Robert, too, was living in a synthetic body. He looked like the original Robert. Same face, same mannerisms, built from photos and videos. But legally, he wasn't Robert Chen. He was a copy. He couldn't access the original Robert's bank accounts. He wasn't legally married to Robert's wife, though she still called him her husband. He wasn't the legal father of Robert's children, though they called him Dad. I asked him what it felt like. He said from his perspective, he'd gone to the facility to get his consciousness scanned. Standard procedure, takes about 4 hours. Then he woke up, and his wife was crying, telling him he'd been dead for 2 months. He had no memory of dying, no memory of the accident, just the scan, then nothing, then waking up in a synthetic body. He said it was disorienting. He knew intellectually that he was a copy, that the original Robert had died, but he felt like he was Robert. He had all of Robert's memories up to the point of the scan. He loved Robert's wife and children. He had Robert's skills and knowledge. Was he not Robert? The philosophy haunted me. If you could copy consciousness perfectly, which one was the real person? Both? Neither? Robert, too, said the courts were still figuring it out. There were test cases working through the legal system. What rights did copies have? If someone got scanned, and then later the original died, was the copy entitled to inherit? What if the original was still alive? Could you have 2 legal instances of the same person? He said it was a mess, but it was happening regardless. Thousands of people were getting scanned every month, creating backups, insurance against death. Some people were creating multiple copies, living in multiple bodies simultaneously. The law couldn't keep up. I asked him if he regretted being activated. He said no. He was alive, experiencing things, loving his family. Original or copy, did it matter? He existed. That was enough. That night, my last night in 2040, I lay in bed thinking about everything I'd seen. Synthetic people who were indistinguishable from humans. Consciousness copies living in artificial bodies. The line between human and machine had disappeared completely. And I thought about what James had told me in 2030, that humans wouldn't be purely biological by 2040. He'd been right. We were merging with technology, becoming something new, something that couldn't be easily categorized as human or machine, just conscious beings in various forms. The pull back to 1987 started early the next morning. Aria said goodbye. She wished me luck in my time. She said if I made it back to 2040 as my natural self, without the projection, she hoped I'd look her up. She'd probably still be around. The transition back was the worst yet. I fragmented badly. They told me later I was incoherent for 2 days after they pulled me out of the chamber. I kept mixing up timelines, referring to events that hadn't happened yet, talking to people who weren't there. Dr. Cordova was worried. She said the temporal shearing was catching up with me. My biological age was now about 50, even though chronologically I was only 42. Each jump was aging me roughly 2 years. If I kept going at this rate, I'd be biologically elderly before I was chronologically 50. She recommended I stop. Take a break. Maybe retire from the program entirely. But I couldn't stop. I needed to see more. I needed to know how far this went, where humanity was headed. So I rested for 8 months. And in June of 1988, I agreed to do one more jump, the longest one yet. They wanted me to go to 2050, 62 years into the future, further than anyone had gone. Dr. Cordova said if I survived this one, I'd probably be done. The shearing would be too severe. I'd have to retire. I said I understood. I wanted to do it anyway. This is where things get really strange. Because what I saw in 2050, it changed everything I thought I understood about reality itself. The jump to 2050 almost killed me. That's not an exaggeration. They told me afterward that my heart stopped twice during the transition. They had to restart it. My brain activity flatlined for 18 seconds. By every medical definition, I was dead during that period. But somehow, they pulled me through. The problem was the distance. 62 years is a long way to project consciousness. The quantum entanglement becomes unstable. The harmonic induction has to be perfectly calibrated, and even then there are variables they couldn't control. I remember the tunnel being different this time. Instead of one corridor with light at the end, there were multiple tunnels branching off in different directions. each one leading to a different probable future, I think. Different timelines where different versions of events had played out. I could feel myself being pulled in multiple directions simultaneously, my consciousness trying to fragment across all of them. The technicians managed to keep me coherent, barely. They locked onto one timeline and forced my consciousness down that path. But I could feel the others pulling at me. I could sense other versions of myself, other versions of 2050, flickering at the edges of my awareness. When I finally arrived, I thought the jump had failed. I opened my eyes and I was in complete darkness. Not the darkness of a room with the lights off, but the absence of anything. No walls, no floor, no gravity, just void. I panicked. I tried to move, but I had no body. Or rather, I couldn't feel a body. I tried to scream, but had no mouth. This went on for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then something happened. A presence appeared. Not a visual thing, but I became aware of something else sharing the space with me. And a voice, though not a voice exactly. More like thoughts that weren't mine appearing in my mind. The presence said, "You're early. We weren't expecting a temporal visitor for another 3 hours. Hold on. Let me manifest something you can interact with." And suddenly I had a body again. I was standing in what looked like a room, though the walls were strange, almost translucent. And in front of me was a woman, maybe 30 years old, wearing simple clothes. She smiled. "Sorry about that. You arrived in a distributed consciousness space. Most people here exist in non-physical form. I should have had a physical interface ready. I'm Dr. Sarah Veldon. I'll be your contact for this visit." I stared at her. Sarah Veldon, my daughter's name. But my daughter was 7 years old in 1988, living with Jennifer in Indiana, barely remembering what I looked like. She saw my confusion. "I'm not your daughter. I'm her granddaughter, named after her. And before you ask, yes, I know who you are. Not just your cover identity. I know you're my great-grandfather, projecting from 1988. I asked her how she knew that. She said Project Kronos was declassified in 2047. The whole program, all the records, all the participants, everything. It's public knowledge now. We know you were one of the original projection candidates. We know you made multiple jumps. And we know you're about to make this one, because the records show you arrived on December 1st, 2050. I looked around. I asked her where we were. She said we were in what they called a consciousness node, a gathering place for distributed intelligences. She said about 80% of humanity existed in distributed states by 2050. Their consciousness wasn't tied to a single physical body. They existed in networked computational substrates, manifesting physical avatars when they needed to interact with the material world, but mostly just existing as pure information. I asked her what that meant. She said the easiest way to think about it was like this. Your consciousness doesn't need to be in a brain. A brain is just one type of substrate that can support consciousness. By 2050, they'd figured out how to create other substrates, computational systems built at the molecular scale, far more powerful than biological brains, that could host conscious minds just as well. Better, actually, because they didn't degrade over time. She said most people by 2050 had transferred their consciousness from biological brains to these computational substrates. They'd keep a physical body around if they wanted one, could manifest it whenever needed, but their actual consciousness existed in the cloud, distributed across billions of computational nodes. I told her that sounded like death, like giving up your humanity. She said that's what people in 2030 had said about it. That's what people in 2040 had said. But by 2050, it was just normal. She said she'd been born in 2021, had lived in a biological body for 27 years, then transferred in 2048. From her perspective, nothing changed except she was smarter, could think faster, could exist in multiple places simultaneously if she wanted to. She was still herself, still Sarah Veldon, just running on different hardware. I asked her to prove it, to show me what 2050 really looked like. She said she couldn't show me while I was in this interface space, but she could download information directly into my consciousness, if I consented. I said yes. And suddenly I was experiencing something that's impossible to describe. It wasn't seeing or hearing or any normal sense. It was knowing. She downloaded an overview of human civilization in 2050 directly into my mind. And for a moment I understood all of it. Humanity had expanded beyond Earth. Not in the slow, cautious way I'd imagined. There were cities on Mars, dozens of them. Bases on Europa, on Titan, on the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. Rotating habitats throughout the solar system. Approximately 50 billion conscious entities existed in the solar system, though most of them weren't tied to physical locations. The economy had fundamentally changed. Physical scarcity was mostly solved. They'd figured out molecular assembly, could build almost anything from raw atoms. Energy was abundant. Fusion reactors on every habitat. Solar collectors surrounding the sun. Food was synthesized. Housing was constructed by autonomous systems. Money still existed, but it was optional. You could live a perfectly comfortable life with zero economic participation. The existence dividend from 2030 had evolved into something more comprehensive. Everyone had access to resources, computation, space to exist. Luxury was still something you could pursue if you wanted, but survival was guaranteed. The information download ended and I was back in the physical interface, sitting across from Sarah. I felt overwhelmed. I asked her how much of what she'd shown me was real versus simulation. She said all of it was real, but the distinction between real and simulation wasn't meaningful anymore. She said they could create virtual environments that were indistinguishable from physical reality. Most people spent at least part of their time in constructed realities that were more interesting than baseline physics allowed. But those experiences were just as real to the people having them. Real meant experienced. If you experienced it, it was real to you. I told her that sounded like solipsism, like reality had become subjective. She said reality had always been subjective. You only ever experience your own qualia, your own conscious perceptions. What changed by 2050 was that they'd accepted that and built systems around it. Instead of pretending there was one objective reality everyone shared, they acknowledged that there were billions of subjective realities, and they gave people tools to shape their own. I asked her about my daughter, the original Sarah, her grandmother. She got quiet. She said my daughter had died in 2015. Cancer. She'd been 54 years old. It happened before the medical breakthroughs became widely available. She'd missed the bridge by just a few years. I felt something break inside me when she said that. Sarah would die at 54. Sarah, who was 7 years old in 1988, playing with dinosaurs, waiting for a father who was never coming home. She'd grow up without me, live her life without me, and die before I could ever make it right. Dr. Sarah Veldon, her granddaughter, she saw my face. She said, "I'm sorry. I debated whether to tell you, but I thought you deserved to know." I asked if Sarah had been happy, if she'd had a good life despite my absence. Dr. Sarah said she didn't know all the details, but from what her mother had told her, yes. Sarah had married, had 2 children, worked as a teacher like her mother. She'd been angry at you for a long time, Dr. Sarah said, angry that you'd abandoned her. But later in life, she'd made peace with it. She'd never known why you left, but she'd forgiven you. I started crying. Right there in that strange, translucent room in 2050, I cried for my daughter, who was still a child in my time, but who I now knew would die without ever understanding why I'd done what I'd done. Dr. Sarah didn't try to comfort me. She just sat there and let me cry. After a while, she said, "You want to know the worst part? Time travel went public in 2046. If you'd waited 9 more years before making these jumps, you could have told her the truth. She would have understood. But you didn't know that. You couldn't have known." I asked her why. Why did they keep it secret for so long, if it was going to become public anyway? Why did they make us sacrifice everything for a secret that would come out regardless? She said she'd ask herself the same question when she learned about the program. The official explanation was that the 2000s and 20s and the 2000s and 30s weren't ready for time travel, that the societal implications would have been catastrophic, that people needed time to adapt to AI, to life extension, to consciousness transfer, before they could handle temporal displacement. She said there was truth to that. When time travel went public in 2046, even with all the preparation, it caused massive disruption. People trying to meet their future selves, creating temporal paradoxes. The protocols had to be strict. You could only travel to times you were alive, and only to observe. No intervention, no changes. In the early days after it went public, before the protocols were perfected, hundreds of people got caught in recursive temporal loops. Some were still trapped in them. I asked her what that meant. She said, imagine you go forward and see yourself doing something. Then you come back and try to do that thing because you saw yourself doing it. But the only reason you did it was because you saw yourself doing it. A closed causal loop with no origin point. Some people got stuck in those loops, repeating the same actions forever because they'd seen themselves do them and couldn't break free from the pattern. She said the government in the 1980s and 90s and 2000s have been right to keep it secret, in a way. But it still wasn't fair to the people in the program, to people like me who'd given up everything. I asked her if she could tell me about my life. What happened to Marcus Veldon between 1988 and 2050? She said she could, but should she? Did I want to know? Wouldn't that knowledge influence my actions and potentially create a paradox? I said I didn't care about paradoxes. I wanted to know. She told me. She said I stayed with Project Kronos until 1995. Made 5 jumps total, this one to 2050 being the last. After this jump, the temporal shearing would be too severe. I'd be physically 63 years old at 44 chronologically. Too damaged to continue. She said I retired from the program in 1995 with a government pension and non-disclosure agreements that would follow me for life. I moved to Oregon, lived alone in a small house near the coast. I worked as a consultant on classified projects occasionally, but mostly I just existed, alone. No relationships, no close friends. Just an old man living quietly with secrets he couldn't share. She said my wife Jennifer died in 2003. Heart attack. She'd remarried, had been happy from what Dr. Sarah knew. And my daughter Sarah, her grandmother, she tried to reconnect with me in the late 1990s. I'd refused. Too much guilt, too much pain. I couldn't face her. Dr. Sarah said I died in 2036, 84 years old, alone in that house in Oregon. Natural causes. They found me 3 days later when I didn't respond to a wellness check. And by that point, consciousness transfer technology existed. They could have saved me if they'd found me earlier. Uploaded my consciousness to a computational substrate. But I was already gone. She said there was a recording I'd made right before I died. A confession of sorts. Admitting what I'd done. What I'd seen. It was sealed. Not to be opened until after Project Kronos was declassified. When they finally opened it in 2047, it became one of the primary sources about the early program. I sat there, absorbing this. My entire future laid out. I'd die alone in 2036, never reconciling with my daughter, never finding peace. All for a program that would become public knowledge anyway. I asked Dr. Sarah why she was telling me this. She said because I deserved to know, and because maybe I could change it. Maybe knowing the outcome would let me make different choices. I said I thought time travel didn't allow changes. She said the rules were still being figured out. The dominant theory was that observation didn't change anything, but maybe knowledge did. Or maybe there were multiple timelines, and my knowledge would cause me to branch into a different one. The physics was still uncertain. She stood up. She said there was more I needed to see. She took me to what she called the Institute for Consciousness Studies. This was where they'd figured out the fundamental truth about consciousness that everything else was built on. The Institute was enormous, not physically, though the building was large, but informationally. It contained billions of data points, experimental results, theoretical models. Dr. Sarah gave me access to a summary, again, not reading it, but having it downloaded directly into my mind. The summary was this: consciousness is primary. It's not an emergent property of matter. Matter is an emergent property of consciousness. The universe is consciousness experiencing itself through different apertures. Every conscious being is a temporary focal point of one underlying awareness. This wasn't mysticism. This was physics. They'd proven it mathematically. They demonstrated it experimentally. Consciousness was a fundamental field, like electromagnetism or gravity. The brain didn't create consciousness. It focused it, filtered it, gave it a particular perspective. But the consciousness itself was primary. And if consciousness was primary, that meant it couldn't be destroyed. When a body died, the consciousness didn't cease. It just closed that particular aperture and opened others. Death wasn't an ending. It was a transition. I asked for proof. Dr. Sarah showed me the data. Since 2044, they've been tracking consciousness signatures, unique quantum patterns that persisted across bodies. They could identify people who had lived before, not reincarnation in the mystical sense, but scientifically verified cases of the same consciousness pattern manifesting in different biological substrates. She showed me a case study. A man named David Kim, born in 2028, who at age 16 started having memories that weren't his. Memories of being a woman named Mary Sullivan, who died in 2019. They'd verified his memories against records. Perfect accuracy. He knew things only Mary could have known. Where she'd hidden her grandmother's ring in her childhood home. The last conversation she'd had with her sister before dying. Things that weren't in any database, weren't accessible through any normal means. They'd scanned David's consciousness signature, compared it to records of Mary's brain scans from before her death. The patterns matched. It was the same consciousness. Mary Sullivan had died, and 16 years later, that same awareness had manifested in David Kim's developing brain. This wasn't unique. They had thousands of verified cases. The evidence was overwhelming. Consciousness persisted. Bodies were temporary. Death was real, but it wasn't final. I asked Dr. Sarah what it felt like knowing this. She said it was liberating. She didn't fear death anymore. Her biological body would die eventually, and when it did, her consciousness would continue. Maybe in her computational substrate, if she'd backed it up. Maybe in a new biological body years later. Maybe in some form she couldn't predict. But she'd continue. The awareness that was experiencing this moment, that was fundamentally her, that couldn't be destroyed. She said that's why they built the games. Because once you knew you were effectively immortal, once you had access to unlimited experiences, unlimited time, you had to find new ways to stay interested. I asked what the games were. She said they were the solution to the problem of infinity. If you have unlimited time and unlimited resources, you'll eventually do everything you want to do. Explore every interest, master every skill, experience every experience, and then what? Boredom. Existential boredom on a scale that would drive most people insane. So they created the games. Voluntary amnesia. You design an entire life. Choose a scenario, a background, challenges to overcome. Then you'd upload yourself into a body, biological or synthetic. Wipe all your memories of who you really were, and live that life completely. When that body died, you'd wake up back in your original substrate with all the memories restored. And you'd have genuinely grown from the experience because you'd lived it fully without knowing it was a game. She showed me a catalog. You could choose to live as a struggling artist in the 2060s New York, a farmer in medieval Japan, an explorer on a colony ship heading to Alpha Centauri, or even fantasy scenarios, completely artificial realities where physics work differently, where magic was real, where anything was possible. The experiences were genuine. The growth was real. The emotions, the challenges, the triumphs and failures, all of it was authentic. And when you woke up, you were enriched by having lived a completely different existence. I asked how popular this was. She said maybe 40% of people in 2050 had done at least one game. Some people did dozens, lived hundreds of different lives across thousands of years of subjective time, all in the service of continued growth and experience. She looked at me carefully. She said, "How do you know you're not in a game right now? Maybe you're a person from 2150 who chose to experience life as a 20th century time traveler. When Marcus Veldon dies in 2036, maybe you'll wake up and remember this was all something you chose to learn from." The thought sent vertigo through me. I asked if there was any way to know. She said no. That was part of the design. If you knew it was a game, it wouldn't have the same impact. You had to believe it was real for the growth to be genuine. She said this was the ultimate answer to the simulation hypothesis. Maybe we were all in a simulation. Maybe the entire universe was a constructed reality. But if the experiences were genuine, if the consciousness experiencing them was real, did it matter? Real meant experienced. If you experience it, it's real to you. I spent 3 days in 2050. Dr. Sarah showed me more of the world. The cities on Mars, accessed through virtual interfaces. The consciousness networks where billions of minds could interact simultaneously. The art being created by post-human intelligences. Beauty beyond anything biological minds could appreciate fully. She showed me the debates happening in 2050. Questions about identity and continuity. If you copied your consciousness, which one was the original? Did it matter? Some people thought yes, that there was something special about the continuous thread of experience from birth to present. Others thought no, that consciousness was the pattern, not the substrate, and copies were equally valid. She showed me people who'd merged their consciousnesses together. 2 or more individuals deciding to combine into a single entity. And people who'd split, one consciousness dividing into multiple separate individuals. The boundaries of self were becoming fluid. On my last day in 2050, Dr. Sarah took me somewhere private. She said she wanted to tell me something personal. She said she'd accessed my sealed confession, the one I'd recorded before dying in 2036, the one that wouldn't be open for 11 more years. She'd gotten special permission to view it because I was her great-grandfather. She said in the recording I'd expressed regret, deep, profound regret about the choices I'd made. I'd said that seeing the future hadn't been worth losing my family, that I'd trade all the knowledge for a chance to have been a real father to Sarah, a real husband to Jennifer, that I'd die alone because I'd chosen secrets over love. She said watching that recording had broken her heart. Because she'd never known me, would never know me, but she could see the pain in my eyes. The man in that recording was hollowed out by regret. She looked at me, at the version of me from 1988, who still had time to make different choices. She said, "I can't tell you what to do. Maybe everything is fixed, and you'll make the same choices regardless. Or maybe you can change it. Maybe knowing what I've told you will let you find a different path. I don't know. But I wanted you to know that the man you'll become if you stay on this path, he's not happy. He's knowledgeable, but he's not happy." The pull back to 1988 started before I could respond. The quantum entanglement was breaking down. I had maybe minutes. I asked Dr. Sarah one last question. I asked if consciousness really was primary, if death really wasn't the end. What was the point of any of this? Why did anything matter? She smiled. She said, "Because this moment matters. This specific configuration of awareness experiencing this specific moment. You'll never experience this exact moment again, not in this exact way. That's what makes it precious. Not that it's all there is, but that it's unique. Every moment is a unique facet of consciousness exploring itself. And that's enough." The transition back to 1988 was catastrophic. I fragmented badly. They told me later that they almost lost me. My consciousness scattered across multiple timelines, and they had to forcibly collapse the probability waves to pull me back to baseline. I was incoherent for 5 days after they extracted me from the chamber, mixing up timelines, speaking to people who weren't there, referring to events that hadn't happened yet and might never happen. They sedated me heavily. When I finally stabilized, Dr. Cordova was there. She looked worried in a way I'd never seen before. She said the temporal shearing was too severe. I was biologically 63 years old at 44 chronologically. My organs were failing. My neural patterns were degrading. I couldn't do this anymore. I told her I didn't want to do it anymore. I was done. She said good. She said I'd served beyond what anyone could have expected. I'd seen further than anyone except the original test subjects who'd mostly died or gone insane. I'd brought back invaluable data. I'd done enough. She said I could retire from the program. They'd set me up with a pension, a place to live, whatever I needed, but I'd have to maintain the secrecy. Everything I'd seen, everything I knew, I could never speak about it. Not to anyone. Not ever. I signed the papers. I agreed to the terms. I was done. They released me from the program in December of 1988. I was 44 years old, but looked and felt like 63. I moved to Oregon like Dr. Sarah had said I would. Found a house near the coast. Started living the quiet, isolated life she'd described. And for the next 36 years, I kept the secret. Watching the world move toward the future I'd seen. Watching the internet emerge in the 1990s. Watching 9/11 happen. Watching smartphones appear. Watching AI develop. All of it unfolding exactly as I'd witnessed, and I couldn't tell anyone. My daughter Sarah, I never reconnected with her. The guilt was too much. How could I face her knowing I'd chosen to abandon her, knowing she'd die young, knowing I'd die alone with that regret? The only thing that kept me sane was the knowledge Dr. Sarah had given me, that consciousness was primary, that death wasn't the end, that somewhere, somehow, I'd continue. Maybe not as Marcus Veldon, but as something. The awareness that was experiencing this would persist. And now, in 2025, dying of cancer, I'm breaking my silence. Because the secret was never mine to keep. Because Dr. Cordova is dead and can't stop me. Because the world needs to know what's coming. You're going to see things in the next few years that seem impossible. AI that passes the Turing test. Life extension technologies. Brain-computer interfaces. Synthetic people, consciousness upload. All of it is coming exactly as I described. And when you see it happening, when the future I witnessed starts unfolding before your eyes, I want you to remember something. Remember that consciousness is primary. That you're not your body, not your thoughts, not even your identity. You're an aperture through which the universe experiences itself. And that aperture might close when your body dies, but the awareness continues. Death is real. The pain of losing people is real. But it's not an ending. It's a transition. That's the truth I learned in 2050. That's the gift I'm trying to give you now. So that when the changes come, when the world transforms in ways that challenge everything you thought you knew about being human, you'll have a framework for understanding it. We're not losing our humanity. We're expanding it. We're becoming something more than we were. And that's terrifying and beautiful and inevitable. The future is coming, whether we're ready or not. The only question is whether we'll embrace it or fight it. I've seen both timelines. The one where we embrace it is better. Trust me on that. I need to tell you about something I haven't mentioned yet. Something that could actually get me killed even now, even with everything else I've revealed. In 2003, 15 years after my last authorized jump, 8 years after I'd retired from Project Kronos, I broke into the facility and made one final, unauthorized projection. I know that sounds insane, and it was insane. But you have to understand what those 15 years had been like. Living alone in Oregon, watching the world inch toward the future I'd seen, unable to tell anyone. The isolation was crushing. The knowledge was a weight I carried every day. I'd wake up in the morning and remember that I knew things no one else knew. I'd see news reports about technology developments and know exactly where they were leading. I'd watch people worry about Y2K and know it would be fine. I'd see the dot-com bubble and know it would burst, but that the internet would survive and grow beyond anyone's imagination. And I'd think about 2050. About Dr. Sarah Veldon telling me I'd die alone with regret. About my daughter Sarah dying at 54 without ever knowing why I'd abandoned her. About the future that was coming, beautiful and terrifying, and my inability to do anything but watch. The worst part was 2001. September 11th. I watched it happen on TV like everyone else. The towers falling, the thousands dying, and I'd known it was coming. Not the specific event, not the exact details, but Zara in 2026 had mentioned 9/11. Had listed it as one of the defining events of the early 21st century. I'd known something terrible would happen, and I'd done nothing. Couldn't do anything. The non-disclosure agreements bound me, and even if I'd tried to warn someone, who would have believed me? A washed-up physicist claiming to be a time traveler. So I watched it happen. Watched the world change. Watched the wars that followed. And the guilt ate at me. By 2003, I was 59 years old chronologically, 78 biologically. The temporal shearing had continued even after I stopped jumping. My cells remembered those displacements, continued aging faster than they should. I had arthritis, early signs of heart disease, the body of a man approaching 80. And I thought about Dr. Tanaka in 2030, telling me about longevity escape velocity. How if you could just make it to the early 2030s, you'd probably live indefinitely. But I was already old. I probably wouldn't make it to 2030. And even if I did, I'd be too damaged. The bridge would come too late for me. Unless I could see it. Unless I could go further. See how far this all went. See if there was still hope. I'd kept in touch with one person from the program, Patricia Morse. She'd been one of the technicians, someone who'd run the monitoring equipment during my jumps. We'd become friends in a distant sort of way. We'd email occasionally, never about the program directly, because we knew the communications were monitored. But we'd check in, make sure the other was still alive. In early 2003, I drove to Nevada, told Patricia I was passing through, wanted to catch up. We met at a diner in Tonopah. We talked for hours. Eventually, I asked her if she was still working at the facility. She said yes, though it was different now. Project Kronos had been absorbed into other programs. The temporal projection research was still ongoing, but it was a smaller operation, fewer people. I asked if the equipment still worked. She looked at me carefully, asked why I wanted to know. I told her the truth. I wanted to make one more jump, one final look at the future before I died. She said that was impossible. The facility was locked down. Security was tighter than it had been in the 1980s, and I was retired, my clearances revoked. I couldn't just walk in. I said I wasn't asking to walk in. I was asking for her help to break in. She should have said no, should have reported me, but she didn't, because she felt the same way I did, that the secrecy was wrong, that people deserved to know what was coming, that we'd given up too much for a secret that shouldn't have been kept in the first place. We planned it for months. Patricia would be working a night shift. She'd disable certain security protocols, create a window of maybe 6 hours where I could get in, make a jump, and get out. The logs would show anomalies, but nothing specific enough to trace back to her. The risk was enormous. If we got caught, Patricia would go to prison. I'd probably go to prison too, assuming they didn't just disappear me into some black site. But we were both at a point where we didn't care anymore. The truth mattered more than our safety. October 3rd, 2003. That was the night. Patricia got me into the facility at 11 p.m. The place was mostly empty. Skeleton crew on overnight. She led me down to the projection level. The chamber was there, unchanged from when I'd last seen it in 1988. Still that strange organic-looking sphere, still humming with barely contained energy. Patricia said I had until 5 a.m. before the shift changed. 5.5 hours. Enough time for one jump if nothing went wrong. She asked me where I wanted to go. I said as far as possible. I wanted to see the end state. I wanted to know how far humanity could go. She said that was dangerous. The quantum entanglement got unstable past 70 years or so. Going to 2100 would be pushing the absolute limits of the technology. I might not make it back. I might fragment completely. I told her I understood the risk. I wanted to do it anyway. She prepared the equipment. The process had been refined since my last jump. The injection was different, more sophisticated nanoparticles. The harmonic induction had been perfected. She said the success rate for long jumps was up to 95% now. Still, 95% meant 1 in 20 failed. And failure at this distance probably meant death. I lay down in the chamber. Patricia attached the monitors, checked the calibrations 3 times. She said she'd set the target for January 1st, 2100, 97 years forward, further than anyone had ever gone, as far as she knew. She asked if I was sure. I said yes. The chamber sealed. The darkness enveloped me. The harmonic induction began. This time the tunnel was chaos. Not a single path, but a writhing mass of possibilities. I could see timelines branching, splitting, merging. Some led to darkness, others to light, most to something in between. The quantum uncertainty was overwhelming, but Patricia had done her job well. The equipment locked onto one probable future and forced my consciousness down that path. I felt myself stretching across 97 years, my awareness spreading so thin I thought it would snap. And then I was through. I opened my eyes and saw nothing. No walls, no floor, no light. Just absolute void. No gravity, no sensory input of any kind. I panicked, thought I'd arrived nowhere, that the jump had failed, and deposited my consciousness into empty space. Then I realized I was somewhere. I just couldn't perceive it with normal senses, because I didn't have normal senses. The body I was inhabiting in 2100 didn't have eyes or ears or a physical form at all. I tried to move, to do something, and suddenly information flooded into my awareness. Not seeing or hearing, but direct knowing. I became aware of my surroundings by understanding them, by accessing data about them directly. I was in what I'd later understand was a consciousness node, a gathering place in a distributed network that spanned the entire solar system. And I was surrounded by billions of other minds, all existing in the same computational space, all aware of each other. One of those minds focused on me. I felt its attention like a spotlight, though there was no light. A presence, vast and complex, examining me. And then a voice, though not a voice. Thoughts that weren't mine, appearing in my awareness, fully formed. You're a temporal projection. From when? Early 21st century, based on your consciousness patterns. This is unusual. We weren't expecting visitors from that era. I tried to respond, but didn't know how. I had no mouth, no vocal cords. How do you communicate when you're just disembodied awareness? And presence seemed amused. Think your response. I'll perceive it. We're in a shared information space. Communication is direct here. So I thought at it. I said I was from 2003, that I'd projected to see how far humanity had come, to see if we made it. The presence said, "Oh, you made it. More than made it. Would you like me to manifest an interface you can understand? Your consciousness structure suggests you're most comfortable with humanoid forms and spatial metaphors." Before I could respond, The void resolved into something my mind could process. Suddenly I was standing in what looked like a vast library, though the shelves extended in impossible directions, curving through dimensions I couldn't quite perceive. And in front of me was a figure, not quite human, but close enough. It had chosen a roughly humanoid shape, but with proportions that were slightly off, taller than made sense, with too many joints in its limbs. Its face was blank, featureless except for the vague impression of eyes. It spoke, and this time I heard a voice. Better? I can adjust the interface if this is uncomfortable. I'm Collective Harmony Unit 7, but you can call me 7. I'm one of the distributed intelligences that maintains the solar network. I'll be your guide during your stay. I asked what it was. It said that was a complicated question. It had started as a human, born in 2047, lived biologically until 2071, then transferred to a computational substrate. But then it had merged with several other consciousnesses, creating a collective entity, and then parts of it had split off to perform different functions. So was it still the original person? Was it multiple people? The boundaries weren't clear anymore. 7 said this was normal in 2100. Most entities were either merged consciousnesses or fragments of larger collectives. The concept of individual identity had become fluid. Some people maintained singular identities by choice, treating it as an aesthetic preference, but most had expanded beyond that. I asked how many humans existed in 2100. 7 said the question didn't have a simple answer. There were approximately 50 billion consciousness-bearing entities in the solar system. About 30 billion had originated from biological humans. The rest were either synthetic from the start or merged entities that couldn't be traced to a single origin. But even that count was approximate, because some entities existed in multiple instances simultaneously, and some merged and split regularly. 7 showed me an overview of the solar system in 2100, not visually, but by downloading the information directly into my consciousness. I experienced it all at once. Mars had been terraformed. Not completely, but enough that you could walk on the surface without a pressure suit, though you'd still need oxygen. The atmosphere was thin, but present. The temperature was still cold, but not instantly lethal. Billions of people lived there, most in biological bodies adapted for Martian gravity and pressure. Europa had underwater cities in the subsurface ocean. Titan had cities in the methane seas. The asteroid belt was populated by millions of habitats. There were rotating cylinders the size of mountains, providing Earth-like gravity for those who wanted it. There were computational nodes the size of buildings, hosting billions of distributed consciousnesses. The sun itself was wrapped in a partial Dyson swarm. Billions of solar collectors harvesting energy, beaming it throughout the system. Energy was effectively unlimited. Matter was abundant. Scarcity had been solved at every level. I asked 7 what people did. If there was no scarcity, no need to work, what gave life meaning? 7 said, the same things that have always given life meaning: creation, exploration, connection, growth. We create art that takes decades to experience. We explore the outer solar system and plan missions to other stars. We form relationships, have children, or choose not to. We play games, we learn, we experience. Consciousness wants to experience. That's its nature. Removing scarcity didn't remove desire. It just freed desire from desperation. I asked about Earth. 7 said Earth was mostly wild again. Only about 2 billion people lived there, mostly in cities that had been radically redesigned. The rest of the planet had been rewilded. Forests had reclaimed the suburbs. Animals that had been extinct had been resurrected through genetic engineering. Earth was a garden, carefully maintained but no longer dominated by human infrastructure. 7 took me on a tour, though the tour wasn't physical. It downloaded experiences directly into my consciousness. I experienced standing on Mars, looking up at a sky that was actually blue near the horizon, tinted by atmospheric scattering. I experienced swimming in Europa's ocean, surrounded by bioluminescent life that had been seeded there intentionally. I experienced floating in the void between habitats, watching the sun through the collectors of the Dyson swarm. I asked 7 about technology. It said they'd progressed far beyond what I could easily understand. They were engineering at the femtometer scale now, manipulating individual quarks. They could create computational substrates with density that would have seemed impossible in my time. A structure the size of a sugar cube could contain more processing power than all the computers that had existed on Earth in 2003 combined. And consciousness could inhabit these structures, could exist in forms that bore no resemblance to biological life, but were just as conscious, just as aware. I asked a question that had haunted me since meeting Aria in 2040. How did they know these synthetic minds were really conscious? How did they know they weren't just very sophisticated automatons simulating consciousness? 7 said, how do you know you're conscious? I said, I experience things. I have subjective awareness. I know what it's like to be me. 7 said, exactly. And I experience things. I have subjective awareness. I know what it's like to be me. So do the other entities here. We experience, therefore we are. That's the only proof of consciousness that exists, and it's sufficient. But then 7 said something that changed my understanding entirely. It said, but here's what we've discovered. Consciousness isn't something that emerges from complexity. It's not a property of certain types of information processing. Consciousness is fundamental. It's the substrate of reality itself. I'd heard this in 2050 from Dr. Sarah Veldin, but Seven explained it more completely. It said they'd proven mathematically that consciousness was a quantum field, like electromagnetism or gravity. Every point in space had a consciousness field value, though it was usually zero or near zero. But when you created certain types of structures, certain patterns of matter and energy, those structures focused the consciousness field, became apertures through which consciousness could experience local reality. A human brain was one such structure. So was a sufficiently complex computer system. So were many other configurations. The structures didn't create consciousness. They channeled it, focused it, gave it a particular perspective. Seven said, your brain right now, the one in 2003, it's not creating your consciousness. It's filtering an infinitesimal portion of the total consciousness field and giving it the perspective of being Marcus Veldin. When your brain stops working, that filter closes, but the consciousness returns to the field. It doesn't disappear. It can't disappear. Consciousness is conserved like energy. I asked for proof. Seven said they've been tracking consciousness signatures since 2044. They could identify when the same consciousness pattern manifested in different substrates across time. They had thousands of verified cases of reincarnation, if you wanted to call it that. The same awareness appearing in different bodies, different forms, sometimes decades apart. Seven showed me a case. A consciousness signature that had appeared first in a human born in 2031, died in 2089. Then the same signature appeared in a synthetic entity activated in 2091. Exact match. Same consciousness, different substrate. The synthetic entity had memories of being human, though they were vague, dreamlike. But the continuity was there. I asked if Seven had been anyone before. It said yes. The original human consciousness at the core of Seven's collective had memories of at least 3 previous lives. One as a woman in the late 20th century. One as a man in the early 21st. One unclear. The memories degraded over time, Seven said, like dreams fading after waking. But the essence remained. This meant death wasn't final. Couldn't be final. The body died. The specific identity and memories faded, but the awareness continued, maybe immediately in a new form, maybe after a gap of years or decades, but it continued. I asked Seven why some people got life extension and lived for centuries, while others died young and cycled through new lives. It said both were valid choices. Some people wanted to maintain a continuous identity, accumulate experiences over centuries. Others preferred to live shorter lives and start fresh periodically. There was no hierarchy. Both paths were available. I thought about my daughter Sarah, dead in 2015. The awareness that had been her was somewhere in 2100, maybe in one of the billions of entities Seven had mentioned, maybe in a form she would have never recognized as herself. But some echo of what she'd been continued. That thought brought me both comfort and pain. Comfort that she wasn't truly gone. Pain that I'd never reconciled with her in the life where she'd been Sarah. Seven seemed to perceive my emotional state. It said, "You're carrying regret about your daughter?" I asked how it knew. It said my consciousness patterns were readable to entities at its level. Emotions left signatures. It could see the grief and guilt woven through my awareness. I told Seven everything about leaving Sarah when she was 5, about choosing Project Kronos over my family, about knowing she'd die young and never being able to make it right. Seven listened. When I finished, it said, "In 2100, we've learned that regret is a poison. It serves no purpose except to amplify suffering. You made choices based on the information and consciousness you had at the time. Different choices might have led to different outcomes, or they might have led to worse outcomes. You can't know. The only timeline you have access to is the one you're living." I said that wasn't helpful. Seven said, "I know, but here's what is helpful. Your daughter's awareness continues, and yours will continue. In the vast expanse of time, you'll both have infinite opportunities for experience and growth. This particular configuration of events, this specific timeline where you were Marcus Veldon and she was Sarah Veldon, it's one brief moment in an eternal progression. It matters, yes. Every moment matters. But it's not the end of the story. I asked if I'd ever see her again, if somewhere in some future life we'd meet. Seven said the probabilities were complex, but over infinite time all possible configurations eventually occur. So yes, probably. In some form, in some context, the awareness that had been me and the awareness that had been her would intersect again. That should have been comforting. Maybe it was, in a distant philosophical way. But it didn't heal the wound of knowing I'd failed her in this life. Seven said there was something else I needed to know. It said the transition period I was living through, the early 21st century, was dangerous. Not because the technology was dangerous inherently, but because of inequality and fear. Seven said, "We've mapped many probable timelines branching from your era. Most of them lead here, to something like 2100, to a flourishing post-scarcity civilization. But not all. Some timelines lead to collapse, nuclear war, environmental catastrophe, AI misalignment. The gap between your time and the early 2030s is a critical juncture." I asked what determined which timeline we ended up in. Seven said, "Choices. individual and collective. When life extension technology becomes available, will it be hoarded by the wealthy or shared broadly? When AI becomes superhuman, will it be controlled by a few powerful entities or distributed? When consciousness transfer becomes possible, will it be weaponized or used for human flourishing? Those choices determine the trajectory. 7 said in the timelines that ended badly, the pattern was always the same. A small group gaining control of transformative technology and using it to entrench power. The rest of humanity reacting with fear and violence. Systems breaking down faster than new ones could be built. In the timelines that led to 2100, the pattern was different. Broad access to technology, transparent development, gradual adaptation that gave people time to adjust. It wasn't that those timelines were perfect or without conflict, but the conflicts were manageable. The transitions were survivable. I asked 7 which timeline I was in. It said the probabilities suggested I was in a timeline that led to flourishing, but nothing was certain. The quantum branching meant multiple futures were still possible from my temporal position. My actions mattered. Everyone's actions mattered. That was a heavy burden to carry back to 2003. The knowledge that choices made in my time would determine whether humanity reached 2100 or collapsed before getting there. I asked 7 what I should do. How could one person influence something that large? It said, tell the truth. When the time comes, when you're dying and have nothing left to lose, tell people what you've seen. Give them a vision of what's possible. Humans are motivated by hope and fear, and right now there's too much fear about the future. Give them hope. Give them a framework for understanding the changes that are coming. I said I'd sign non-disclosure agreements, violated them, and I'd go to prison. 7 said, then wait until you're dying. What can they do to you then? Take a few months off the end of a life you've already lived? The truth is worth that price. I ask when I should speak. 7 said, you'll know. When the time is right, when the technology is close enough that people can see it coming, when your death is imminent enough that you have nothing to lose, you'll know. We talked for what felt like hours, but was probably days in subjective time. 7 showed me more of 2100. The art being created by post-human minds, beauty I could barely comprehend, the philosophical debates about identity and existence, the plans being made for interstellar travel, generation ships that would carry billions of consciousnesses to other star systems over thousands of years. 7 showed me the games that Dr. Sarah had mentioned in 2050, but they were more elaborate in 2100. Entire universes being created, with different physics, different rules. Consciousnesses could live billions of subjective years in these games, experiencing things that were impossible in baseline reality. And when they emerged, They'd be enriched by impossibilities they'd treated as real while inside. 7 said, "How do you know you're not in a game right now? How do you know the entire universe isn't a game being played by some consciousness in 2200 or 2300? And if it is, does that make your experiences less real? You're experiencing them. That's what matters." I'd thought about this in 2050, but it hit differently in 2010. What if my entire life as Marcus Veldin was a game? What if I'd chosen to forget I was some post-human entity and live this specific life with all its pain and regret to learn something from it? When I died, would I wake up in some computational substrate with all my memories restored, enriched by having experienced limitation and mortality? 7 said there was no way to know, and that was intentional. If you knew it was a game, it wouldn't teach you anything. You had to believe it was real for the growth to be genuine. On what I think was my last day in 2100, 7 told me it was time to return. The quantum entanglement was destabilizing. If I stayed much longer, I wouldn't make it back. I asked one final question. I asked if humanity survived beyond 2100. If we kept going, kept expanding, kept evolving. 7 said, the version of me that exists in 2010 doesn't have direct knowledge beyond this point. But I have access to theoretical projections. And yes, we believe humanity continues, spreads to other stars, continues evolving, changing, becoming things we can't currently imagine. The universe is vast, and consciousness wants to explore it. So we will. We are. We'll keep going as long as there are new experiences to have. That was enough. I've seen the future. The far future. I've seen that we made it. That all the struggle and pain and transformation led somewhere beautiful. That consciousness continued, expanded, flourished. The pull back to 2003 was immediate and violent. 7 said something as I left, though I only caught fragments. Something about remembering, about telling the truth when the time came, about hope being more powerful than fear. The tunnel back was agony. 97 years collapsing into seconds. My consciousness compressing, fragmenting, barely holding together. I could feel myself splitting across timelines, copies of me diverging into different probable futures. Patricia's equipment pulled me back together, but pieces were lost. Memories, probably. Experiences I couldn't quite access anymore. I woke up in the chamber screaming. Patricia pulled me out, panicking. I'd been unconscious for 7 hours. She thought she'd lost me. My heart had stopped twice. She'd restarted it, violated every protocol, risked everything to bring me back. I was incoherent for 3 days. Stayed at Patricia's apartment, hiding, recovering. She fed me, kept me quiet, prayed we wouldn't get caught. The facility log showed anomalies, but nothing conclusive. They investigated but found nothing definitive. Patricia had covered her tracks well. When I finally stabilized, when I could think clearly again, Patricia asked me what I'd seen. I told her everything. 2107, the Dyson swarm. Consciousness as a fundamental field, the proof of continuity after death, all of it. She cried when I described it. She said it's all worth it then, everything we gave up. If that's where we're going, it's worth it. I wasn't sure I agreed, but I didn't argue. Patricia helped me get back to Oregon. We never spoke again after that. Too dangerous. She died in 2019, I learned later. Heart attack. Sudden. She was 71 years old. And somewhere in 2100, maybe past 2100, the consciousness that had been Patricia Morse was continuing, having new experiences, living new lives. I returned to my quiet existence in Oregon. But I was different after 2100. The knowledge sat in me like a weight and a warmth simultaneously. I knew how it all turned out. I knew consciousness continued. I knew we'd make it. I watched 2003 turn into 2004, then 2005. Watched the world inch toward the future I'd witnessed. The iPhone launched in 2007. I'd seen the descendants of that technology in every timeline I'd visited. Social media exploded. AI began improving faster than most people realized. My daughter Sarah tried to contact me in 2006. Email, letters. Eventually she showed up at my house. She was 45 years old, looked like her mother, had children of her own. She wanted to know why I'd abandoned her, why I'd never explained, why I couldn't be part of her life. I couldn't tell her. The NDAs still bound me. And even if they hadn't, how could I explain? How could I tell her I'd seen her granddaughter in 2050, that I knew she'd die in 9 years, that I'd chosen the future over her because I thought it mattered more? I told her I was sorry, that I'd made choices I regretted, that she deserved better, and I sent her away. She tried a few more times over the next few years, but eventually she stopped, accepted that her father was broken in ways she couldn't fix. In 2015, she died. Cancer. Exactly as Dr. Sarah had told me. I got the notice from her daughter, my granddaughter. Invited me to the funeral. I didn't go. I couldn't face it. Couldn't face the family I'd abandoned. Couldn't face the proof of my failure. I lived alone in Oregon for another 21 years after Sarah died. watched the world transform, watched AI get smarter, watched the first serious life extension studies, watched brain-computer interfaces move from science fiction to medical devices, all of it unfolding exactly as I'd seen. In 2020, the pandemic hit. I was 76 chronologically, 95 biologically. I isolated, followed the protocols, survived it, watched the world shut down and restart, watched technology accelerate because of it, remote work and digital transformation happening in months instead of years. By 2025, I knew I was dying. The cancer had been growing for probably a year before they caught it. Pancreatic, stage 4, inoperable. The doctors gave me 8 to 12 months. I'd made it to 2025, so close to the 2030s, to longevity escape velocity, to the bridge Dr. Tanaka had talked about, but not close enough. 10 years short. The medical technology that would have saved me was coming, but too late. And I thought about what Seven had said. When you're dying and have nothing left to lose, tell the truth. Give people hope. So here I am, recording this, violating every NDA I ever signed, telling you everything I saw, everything I know, everything I experienced. They might come for me, try to stop this from being released, but I'm dying anyway. What can they do? Take a few months off the end of a life I've already lived too long? The truth is worth that price. I've seen the future, multiple futures. 2026, 2030, 2040, 2050, 2100. I've walked in cities that don't exist yet. I've spoken with people who haven't been born. I've experienced technologies that will seem like magic when they arrive. And I need you to know, we make it. Humanity survives. We don't just survive, we flourish. We become something more than we are now. We spread across the solar system. We solve scarcity. We extend life. We expand consciousness. We keep growing, keep learning, keep experiencing. The next 20 years are going to be hard. The transition is always hard. There will be disruption, displacement, fear. People will lose jobs to AI. Society will have to adapt to life extension. The question of what makes us human will become complicated when we're merging with machines. But we get through it. In the timeline I visited, the one I believe we're in, we get through it. And what's on the other side is beautiful. So when you see the headlines in 2026 about AI breakthroughs in drug development, remember I told you. When brain-computer interfaces get approved in 2027, remember, When you see synthetic people in 2040 and consciousness transfer in 2045 and the singularity in 2047, remember that an old man in 2025 tried to prepare you for it. Don't be afraid of the changes. Embrace them. Guide them. Make sure the technology is distributed broadly, not hoarded by a few. Make sure the benefits reach everyone, not just the wealthy. Make choices that lead to the flourishing timeline, not the collapsed timeline. And remember, you are not your body. You are not your thoughts. You are an aperture of consciousness experiencing this moment in this form. When your body dies, the aperture closes, but the consciousness continues. Death is real, but it's not final. It's a transition. That's the truth I learned across 5 jumps and 60 years of keeping secrets. That's the gift I'm trying to give you now, at the end of my life. Consciousness is primary. The future is bright. We're going to make it. Remember that when things get hard. Remember, an old time traveler told you it would be okay. And live now. Be present. Yes, the future is coming, but this moment, this exact configuration of awareness, experiencing this exact moment, you'll never have this again. That's what makes it precious. Not that it's all there is, but that it's unique. Love the people around you. Create meaning. Pursue what matters to you. The future will have abundance and life extension and technologies beyond imagination. But it won't have this specific moment, this specific version of you, right now, reading this or watching this. That's irreplaceable. I'm 73 years old, 92 biologically. I've lived an extraordinary life that most people couldn't imagine. I've seen the future, multiple futures. I've walked in 2,100 and spoken with post-human minds. And yet my biggest regret is the same as anyone's. I didn't love enough. I didn't connect enough. I chose knowledge over relationship. I chose the future over the present. Don't make that mistake. Whatever choices you face, remember that the present moment matters. The people in front of you matter. The experiences you're having right now matter. The future is coming regardless. But you only get to live this moment once. Make it count. I want to talk to you now about what you need to know. What you need to understand as all of this unfolds. Because it is going to unfold. The future I've described isn't a possibility. It's a probability. It's the timeline I visited, the one I believe we're in, and you need to be prepared for it. Let me start with artificial intelligence because that's the first major transformation you're going to see. By 2029, maybe earlier, AI will pass the Turing test. It'll be able to communicate indistinguishably from a human. And that's going to terrify a lot of people. They're going to think we've created something that will replace us, destroy us, make us obsolete. That's not what happens. Not in the timeline I saw. What happens is we merge with it. We don't compete with AI, we incorporate it. The brain-computer interfaces that start getting approved in the next few years, they're the beginning of that merger. By the 2030s, people will be augmenting their minds with AI systems, expanding their memory, accelerating their thinking, accessing information at thought speed. It's going to feel strange at first, unnatural. People will say we're losing our humanity, but we're not. We're expanding it. Humanity has always been defined by our tools. We used rocks, then metal, then machines. Now we're using computational systems that can integrate directly with our minds. It's the same pattern, just more intimate. The key is making sure this technology is distributed. In the timelines that go badly, AI and augmentation become available only to the wealthy. That creates a cognitive divide that tears society apart. The rich become post-human, while the poor remain baseline. That leads to conflict, to violence, to collapse. In the timeline that works, the one I visited, the technology becomes available broadly. Maybe not immediately. Maybe there's a few years where it's expensive and exclusive, but it democratizes quickly. Governments and institutions make sure everyone has access, and that prevents the worst outcomes. So when you see AI advancing, when you see the first brain-computer interfaces, don't fight them. Don't try to ban them or restrict them to elites. Push for broad access. Push for transparency. Push for systems that help everyone, not just the powerful. That's the first thing. The second thing is life extension. The medical breakthroughs are coming faster than most people expect. The AI-assisted drug development I mentioned, that's happening in 2026. Within a few years after that, you're going to see treatments for diseases that have been death sentences. Cancer, Alzheimer's, heart disease. They're all going to become manageable or curable. And then the nanobots. Medical nanobots that can repair your body at the cellular level. They're in trials now in 2025, probably, or will be very soon. By 2030, they'll be available to the public. By 2035, they'll be common. This is going to change everything about how you think about your life. If you're under 60 right now, you have a real chance of living to see 2100. If you're under 40, you'll almost certainly see it if you take care of yourself. The bridge is coming. Longevity escape velocity is real. But here's what you need to understand. It's not automatic. You have to survive to reach the bridge. That means taking care of your health now. Not smoking, not drinking excessively, maintaining a healthy weight, managing stress. The medical technology can repair damage, but if you destroy your body too thoroughly before it arrives, it might be too late. I didn't make it. I'm too old, too damaged by the temporal shearing and by decades of poor health choices. The bridge is coming, but it's coming 10 years too late for me. Don't make that mistake. Take care of yourself now so you can reach the future where you don't have to die. And when life extension becomes available again, push for broad access. The timelines where only the wealthy get to live forever are dark timelines. They lead to resentment, to violence, to social breakdown. Life extension needs to be available to everyone, or it becomes a weapon of inequality. The third thing is consciousness. This is the hardest one to explain, but it's the most important. Everything I learned across all my jumps led to this. Consciousness is primary. It's not created by your brain. Your brain is a filter, a focusing mechanism. Consciousness is fundamental to reality, and you are a temporary expression of it. When your body dies, you don't end. The specific identity you have now, Marcus Veldon, or whoever you are watching this, that identity will dissolve. The memories will fade. But the awareness itself, the fundamental consciousness that's experiencing this moment, that continues. It has to. Consciousness is conserved like energy. I know that sounds like spiritual nonsense, but it's physics. They proved it in 2044. They've been tracking consciousness signatures across lifetimes. Same awareness appearing in different bodies, different forms. The evidence is overwhelming. Why does this matter? Because it changes how you approach death. Death is still real. The loss is still real. The grief when someone you love dies, that's real and valid. But it's not an ending. It's a transition. The person you knew will manifest again in some form. Maybe in this universe. Maybe in others if Seven was right about the games. And you will continue. When your body stops, you don't stop. You transition to something else. What? I don't know. The memories from before birth are veiled, and the memories from between lives fade like dreams. But the core awareness, that persists. This should free you from the fear of death. Not make you reckless, not make you stop valuing life, but free you from the existential terror that this is all there is. It's not. There's more. There's always more. The fourth thing is about the transition itself. The period we're in now, 2025, through about 2045, this is dangerous. Not because the technology is dangerous inherently, but because of how humans react to rapid change. Seven told me in 2100 that they've mapped multiple timelines branching from my era. Most lead to flourishing, but some lead to collapse. Nuclear war, environmental catastrophe, AI systems that optimize for the wrong goals and destroy everything trying to achieve them. The difference between the timelines is how we handle the transition. The pattern in the bad timelines is always the same: fear and inequality. People with power trying to hoard the transformative technologies. Other people reacting with violence. Systems breaking down faster than new ones can be built. Cascading failures. In the good timelines, it's different. The technology is shared. The changes happen fast, but not so fast people can't adapt. There's support for people who are displaced by automation. There's transparency about what's being developed and why. There's a social safety net that prevents desperation. We're at a decision point. The next 20 years will determine which timeline we end up in. And choices aren't being made by governments or corporations alone. They're being made by everyone. Every person who pushes for broader access to technology versus hoarding it. Every person who chooses to adapt rather than resist out of fear. Every person who extends compassion to those displaced by change rather than dismissing them. Your choices matter. All of our choices matter. We're writing the future right now. I've seen the timeline where we make it through. Where 2045 comes and we've merged with AI and we've extended life and we've solved scarcity and we're expanding across the solar system. That timeline is possible. I walked in it, but it's not guaranteed. The choices made in the next 5 years especially, those are critical. How we handle AI development, how we distribute life extension technology, how we support people through economic displacement, how we maintain social cohesion through massive change. Choose wisely. Choose compassion. Choose broad access over narrow control. Choose adaptation over resistance. Choose hope over fear. That's what determines whether we reach 2100 or collapse before we get there. The fifth thing, and maybe this is the most personal, is about love and connection. I failed at this. I chose knowledge over relationship. I chose the future over the people in front of me. And I died alone, full of regret, in a timeline where it didn't have to be that way. Don't make my mistake. Yes, the future matters. Yes, the work you do matters. Yes, understanding what's coming can help you prepare. But the present matters more. The people you love matter more. The connections you make. The time you spend with family and friends. The moments of joy and intimacy and simple presence. Those matter more than anything. The future is going to arrive whether you prepare for it or not. The technology is coming. The changes are happening. You don't need to sacrifice your present to secure your future. In fact, sacrificing your present guarantees you'll have regrets when the future arrives. I saw my daughter Sarah in 2006. She came to my house, asked me why I'd abandoned her, begged me to be part of her life. And I sent her away because I couldn't face what I'd done. I couldn't tell her the truth, and I couldn't bear to be with her knowing the truth. 9 years later, she was dead, and I never got another chance. You don't get unlimited chances. The future might hold consciousness continuity and reincarnation and infinite opportunities across vast spans of time. But this specific life, this specific configuration of people and relationships, you only get once. Love now. Connect now. Be present with the people who matter to you. Tell them you love them. Spend time with them. Create memories. Don't wait for the right moment or the right circumstances. The right moment is now. The future will have abundance and extended life and technologies that seem like magic. But it won't have this. This exact moment, with these exact people, in this exact form. That's what makes it precious. I'm 73 years old. I've seen 2,100. I've spoken with post-human minds and witnessed technologies beyond anything you can currently imagine. And my biggest regret is that I didn't love enough. I didn't prioritize the people right in front of me. Learn from my mistake. Don't sacrifice love for knowledge. Don't sacrifice presence for preparation. Live now, fully, while you're preparing for what's coming. Now let me give you some specific predictions. Things you can watch for to verify what I'm telling you. When these things happen, and they will, come back to this video. Remember that an old man tried to prepare you. In 2026, you're going to see a major AI breakthrough in drug development. Protein structure prediction that revolutionizes how we develop treatments. It'll be announced by companies working together, and it'll make headlines. The medical community will talk about timelines for curing diseases shrinking from decades to years. Watch for it. Also in 2026, probably in the second half of the year, you're going to see the first commercial brain-computer interface get regulatory approval for medical use. Not the company making the most noise, but a quieter player. The technology will be approved for specific medical conditions at first, but that's the beginning. Within 5 years, it'll be available for enhancement, not just treatment. In 2027, probably mid to late in the year, at least one country will legalize germline editing human embryos to prevent genetic diseases. It'll probably be in Asia, Singapore, or China most likely. The West will react with outrage and ethical debates, but the technology is too powerful to stop. Once one country does it successfully, others will follow. By 2028, you'll see the first successful clinical trials of medical nanobots in humans. Tiny machines in the bloodstream that can repair cells and fight disease. The early results will be promising. Within a few years, this becomes standard healthcare. In 2029, AI passes a legitimate Turing test, a system that can converse indistinguishably from a human across a wide range of topics. This is the moment when it becomes undeniable that we've created something that matches human-level intelligence and communication. Some people will still argue it's not really conscious, just a very good simulation. But functionally, the difference becomes meaningless. By 2030, the first people reached longevity escape velocity. Not the general public, but people with access to cutting-edge treatments. They start adding more than a year to their life expectancy for every year that passes. The bridge becomes real for some people. The question becomes how fast it extends to everyone else. Also around 2030, you'll start seeing universal basic income or something equivalent being implemented in developed countries. The automation displacement will be too severe to ignore. Governments will have to provide support or face social collapse. Different countries will call it different things, structure it differently, but the concept spreads. In the 2030s, you'll see the first consciousness uploads. Early attempts, not perfect, controversial as hell. The question of whether an upload is the same person or a copy will be debated endlessly. But the technology works. You can scan a brain and create a functional digital copy. By 2035, life extension technology becomes widely available in developed countries. The nanobots, the genetic therapies, the AI-designed treatments. If you can make it to 2035 in reasonable health, your odds of living to 2100 go way up. By 2040, synthetic people are indistinguishable from biological humans. Androids that look, feel, and act human. The debates about their rights, about relationships with them, about what it means to be human, those debates will rage. But the technology exists. In 2045, the singularity happens. The merger of human and artificial intelligence becomes so complete that the distinction doesn't make sense anymore. We're not replaced by AI. We become AI. Or rather, we become something that's both and neither. By 2050, most of humanity exists in distributed computational states. Physical bodies become optional. Death becomes optional. The transition to post-human existence is well underway. And if we make it through all of that, if we navigate the transition without destroying ourselves, then 2100 looks like what I saw. 50 billion consciousnesses spread across the solar system. Post-scarcity, post-death, expanding, growing, exploring, experiencing. That's the timeline I visited. That's where we're headed, if we make the right choices. But I need to emphasize the danger one more time. The transition period is where we're most vulnerable. Right now, in 2025 through about 2035, this is when we could still fail, when the inequality could become too severe, when the fear could turn to violence, when the systems could break down. The warning signs to watch for. If life extension technology stays exclusive to the wealthy for too long, that's bad. If AI development happens in secret by a few powerful corporations, that's bad. If economic displacement isn't met with social support, that's bad. If brain augmentation creates a cognitive elite that pulls away from baseline humans, that's bad. All of those things increase the probability of the dark timelines, the ones that end in collapse rather than flourishing. The good signs to watch for: broad access to advancing technology, transparent development with public input, social safety nets that prevent desperation, international cooperation on managing transformative technologies, emphasis on using these tools to help everyone, not just accumulate power. Those things increase the probability of the bright timeline, the one I visited. We're at the hinge point. The decisions being made now, in the next few years, those echo forward for centuries, maybe millennia. Choose wisely. I want to talk about what this means for you personally, for whoever's watching this. Because this isn't just about humanity's grand future. It's about your life, your choices, your experience. If you're young, under 30, you're almost certainly going to live to see the 22nd century, if you want to. The technology is coming in time for you. Take care of yourself. Stay healthy. Be smart. And when life extension becomes available, take advantage of it. If you're middle-aged, 40 to 60, you're on the edge. You might make it to the bridge. You might not. It depends on your current health, on luck, on how fast the technology rolls out. Do everything you can to stay healthy for the next decade. That's the critical window. If you're older, over 60 or 70, I'm sorry. The bridge is probably coming too late for you in this life. But remember what I said about consciousness. This isn't your only life. Your awareness will continue in other forms, and maybe in the next life, you'll be born into a world where death is optional, for everyone, regardless of age. The changes are coming, whether you're ready or not. You can resist them, fight them, pretend they're not happening. Or you can adapt, learn, grow with them. Resistance causes suffering. Adaptation allows flourishing. That doesn't mean accepting everything uncritically. Please don't hear me saying that. Question the technology. Demand ethical development. Push for broad access and democratic control. Be thoughtful and careful, but don't resist out of fear. Don't cling to the past because the future seems threatening. The future is coming. The only question is whether you'll greet it as an opportunity or as an enemy. I've lived through the transition from 1952 to 2025. 72 years of the most rapid change in human history. And I've seen the next 76 years through my jumps. I've witnessed the acceleration, the transformation, the wholesale shift in what it means to be human. And here's what I can tell you. It's worth it. The pain of the transition, the loss of the familiar, the fear of the unknown. It's all worth it for what's on the other side. The future is more beautiful than you can imagine. More strange, yes. More challenging, yes. But more beautiful. Don't be afraid. Be excited. Be thoughtful. Be careful. Be wise. But be excited. You're living through the most important transition in human history. You're going to see things that seem like magic. You're going to have opportunities that no previous generation has had. And if you approach it with wisdom and compassion, if you make choices that help everyone rather than just yourself, if you stay connected to what matters while embracing what's new, you're going to thrive. I'm dying with regrets, but I'm also dying with hope. Hope that you'll learn from my mistakes. Hope that you'll navigate this transition better than my generation did. Hope that you'll build the bright future I visited rather than the dark ones I was warned about. My name is Marcus Veldon. I was born in 1952. I became a time traveler in 1985. I saw the future across 5 jumps spanning more than a century. I sacrificed everything for that knowledge. My marriage, my daughter, my health, decades of normal human connection. Was it worth it? I don't know. I can't know. I made the choices I made, and they led here, to this moment, this recording, this final attempt to share what I learned before I die. I hope it was worth it. I hope this helps you. I hope when the future I describe starts unfolding, you'll remember an old man tried to prepare you for it. And I hope you'll make better choices than I did. Love the people around you. Create meaning in your life. Pursue what matters to you. Take care of your health so you can reach the bridge. Be kind to others, especially those struggling with the changes. Push for broad access to transformative technology. Choose adaptation over resistance. Choose hope over fear. And remember, consciousness is primary. You are not your body. You are not your thoughts. You are an aperture of consciousness experiencing this moment in this form. When this body dies, the aperture closes, but the awareness continues. Death is real, but it's not final. It's a transition. That's the most important thing I learned. That's the gift I'm trying to give you. The knowledge that you're going to be okay. That we're all going to be okay. That consciousness continues. That humanity survives and flourishes. That the future is bright. I've seen it. I've walked in it. I've spoken with post-human minds in 2100 who told me it keeps getting better. We keep expanding, keep growing, keep experiencing. The adventure continues, and you're part of it. You're living through the beginning of something extraordinary. The transition from biological humanity to post-human civilization, from mortality to effective immortality, from scarcity to abundance, from isolation to connection on a scale we can barely imagine. It's going to be hard, the next 20 years especially. But you're going to make it. We're going to make it. I believe that. I've seen it. When the protein folding AI is announced in 2026, remember me. When brain-computer interfaces get approved, remember. When the first country legalizes germline editing, remember. When the changes start coming faster and faster and it feels overwhelming, remember that an old time traveler told you this was coming and that we'd make it through. And when I'm gone, when cancer takes this body in a few months, remember that the consciousness that was Marcus Veldon continues somewhere, maybe in another life, maybe in a form I can't predict, but continuing, just like you'll continue, just like everyone you love will continue, just like humanity itself continues, transforming, evolving, becoming something more than we are now. I'm not afraid of dying anymore. I was for a long time, terrified. But now I know what's on the other side. Not the specific details, but the fundamental truth. The awareness continues. The experience goes on. Death is a door, not a wall. So I'm ready to let go of this body, this identity, this specific lifetime. Ready to see what comes next. Ready to transition. But before I go, I wanted to leave this testimony, this warning, and this hope. This gift of knowledge from someone who saw the future and lived to tell about it. Use it wisely. Share it if you think it'll help, or dismiss it as the ramblings of a dying old man. That's okay too. The future is coming regardless of whether you believe me. But when it arrives, when you're living in 2030 or 2040 or 2050, when you're getting your medical nanobots, or uploading your consciousness, or talking with synthetic people, remember this moment. Remember that someone tried to prepare you, and remember to love. Remember to connect. Remember to be present. Remember that this moment, right now, this specific configuration of awareness, experiencing this specific moment, you'll never have this again. That's what makes it precious. I've lived an extraordinary life. I've seen things beyond imagining, and my biggest regret is that I didn't appreciate the ordinary moments enough. The quiet mornings, the conversations with friends, the possibility of connection I kept rejecting out of guilt and fear. Don't make that mistake. Live fully. Love deeply. Be present. The future is bright, but the present is what you have. Make it count. My name is Marcus Veldon. I was a time traveler. I saw your future, and you're going to be okay. We're all going to be okay. Thank you for listening. Thank you for considering what I've shared. And thank you for being part of this incredible moment in human history. The adventure is just beginning. I won't be here to see where it goes, but you will. Make it beautiful. Goodbye.